Okay, I think now it's okay. I could start this day. So again, welcome to our third day of Congress. And today we have with me Isabel. She is a medical student at São Lucas University, and Dr. Micaela. She's resident of family medicine and community health at the University of Minnesota, with a focus in maternal and child health, global health, and health and advocacy. Today we will have like issues like security and climate change. My name is Andressa Silveira, and I will be responsible to introduce for you our first speaker of the day. So, at first, remember to write down doubts and questions and send them us because we will have like a create time for you, and we will read these questions at the correct time. So Stephanie Amaral is a nutritionist, master in pediatrics for UMG. It's Federal University of Minas Gerais, and PhD in social statistics and demographic, University of Southampton, UK. Her research is focused on population and nutritional states of children and which population with an open very on
Andressa, I think you're...
I back now. I don't know, sorry. I think my internet are unstable. So I don't know where I stopped. I think I will present again the first speaker. It's okay. I think I stop here. So our first speaker again, sorry, is Dr. Stephanie Amaral, and Stephanie is a nutritionist and master in pediatrics of Federal University of Minas Gerais, UFMG, and PhD in social statistics and demography, University of Southampton, UK. Her research is focused on populational and nutritional status of children and adolescents, as well as trends for population dietary habits. She's participated in different projects like HOLD and USAID and Open University on maternal and child health, including nutrition. At the moment, she works at UNICEF Brazil in the area of health, nutrition, and HIV and AIDS. Today, she will speak about food security and what does it mean in the current context. So it's a really important speaker for today. Thank you for your participation here today. And now it's your time. You're welcome, Stephanie.
Thank you, Andressa. It's my pleasure to be here, and I thank you and all the organization of the Congress for the invitation. Happy to be here. And I think the COVID, the pandemic is teaching us to lead with this internet issues that happens all the time. So I hope yeah. So I hope the presentation goes well, and I hope my internet is stable, but we'll see. So let me share my screen.
Yeah. Okay. It's working.
Can you see? Yeah. Okay, so my topic is food security. What does it mean in the current context? So I'm sorry, I have two screens and my presentation is in the other screen. So I hope you don't mind if I look here and not there.
No problem.
Okay. But well, so I'd like to start with the concept of food as a right. So since 1948, food was established as a right in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, saying that everyone has the right to a standard of living adequate for their health and well-being, including food. So this concept was improving along the years, and I'd like to read a more a better definition from the special reporter on the right to food that says that the right to food is the right to have regular, permanent, and free access, either directly or by means of financial purchases, to quantitatively and qualitatively adequate and sufficient food corresponding to the cultural traditions of the people to which the consumer belongs, and which ensures a physical and mental, individual and collective fulfilling and dignified life free of fear. So this concept brings food as a much more a complex and bring all the elements of food that is not only about the nutrition, about micronutrients or carbohydrates and proteins, but it's also about the quality of this food, it's also about the cultural traditions, it's about everything that brings the concept of food that brings physical and mental, individual and collective health. And then I come as well with the concept of food security according to the Food and Agriculture Organization, that says that food security exists when all people at all times have physical, social, and economic access to sufficient, safe, and nutritious food that meets their dietary needs and food preferences for an active and healthy life. So although the concepts overlap, they are not the same thing. And this is important to highlight here, that food security is like a precondition for people to enjoy the right of food. So it talks about access. So it's not that the world is not producing enough food. We know that we produce a lot of food, but it's just that there are inequalities that differentiate the access to food. This is due to poverty, due to the structure of the food production, due to price, due to location. And then when we talk about quality of food, we need to talk about the access of people to water and sanitation so that food does not harm the body. We need to talk about the variety of food. So are people having the adequate variety so they have the micronutrients they need? We have to talk about pesticides. So how is the structure of the food production nowadays? Is the food quality enough? We have to talk about ultra-processed food because people are having food that are high in sugar, in fat, in sodium, and then in the long term, this is causing harm to the body. And then to address food security then, we need a set of planned actions by government and by civil society that includes intersectoral work and actions that are articulated and coordinated in an efficient way. So including, for instance, not only health and nutrition, but also including, for instance, education, including agriculture, including social protection, that they together can do prevention actions to the whole population so the population can have access to food and access to quality food. And also to do specific actions to those vulnerable people who are already facing some form of food insecurity. So for instance, minorities, for instance, indigenous people, and even people who are in poverty and are facing hunger. So here I bring some examples of some policies that are conducted by government or civil society or by them together that can address some of the food insecurity in the world. So for instance, cash transfers is an effective way to provide vulnerable people with money to buy food. We have school lunch programs or school feeding. So a lot of vulnerable people, when they go to schools, the schools is the place where they can have access to the quality food or to some of the nutritious needs. micronutrient supplementation, especially to those who are already experiencing some vulnerability, community gardens, an incentive to small producers and family agriculture, so creating a sustainable way for communities to have access to quality food and also to have to make that a source of income. Specific strategies addressed to indigenous people or to vulnerable communities and minorities. Legislation that encourage health eating and discourage the consumption of ultra-processed food. So here we see that civil society is working strongly on this, especially on the legislation of front of pack labelings, on publicity for children and other things to discourage the ultra-processed food and encourage the promotion of health eating. The monitoring of nutritional status, and even the promotion of breastfeeding and healthy feeding habits is a way to promote food security. Um, but although there are all these examples, and I'm sure that there are many countries in the world that bring the very good experiences of having one of these policies or altogether improving the life of their people, has not been enough. And I would say even that this is not being considered so relevant as it should be by politicians to promote this right to food. And that's why we can see this picture that I present here now, the picture of food insecurity in the world. So according to the report from FAO, the State of Food Security and Nutrition in the World, or called SOFI, from this year, 2 billion people in the world did not have regular access to safe, nutritious, and sufficient food in 2019. So 2 billion people. And that means people who are facing moderate and severe food insecurity. And nearly 90 million people are hungry, what represents about 8.9% of the world population. And when we talk about children, which is of a huge concern because they are developing now and they need the food now, we have this data from the State of the World Children that 1 in 3 children under 5 is not growing well due to malnutrition in its more visible forms. So here I'm including stunting, wasting, and overweight. 1 in 2 children under 5 suffers from deficiencies in vitamins and other essential nutrients. And almost 200 million children under 5 suffered from stunting or wasting in the last years. And I think this is important to highlight that overweight has been taking a space on this scenario of food insecurity in the last years. And it is very paradoxical because this is not anymore something that we observe only in low-income countries, but we have high rates of obesity in high-income countries as well. And we have the forms of malnutrition coexisting. So we have people or children with overweight and stunting at the same time, or with overweight and micronutrient deficiency at the same time. So it is is a new scenario. And then I cannot go forward in talking about food insecurity without citing an important paper that was released last year by Lancet that talks about the global syndemic, obesity, undernutrition, and climate change. So this paper, the novelty of this paper is that we should not be looking at obesity alone or undernutrition alone or climate change alone, but you should set back and look at the bigger picture and see that one is influencing the other and potentializing the other, creating something so together that we really should be thinking of addressing the underlying drivers of this syndemic, So the concept is this: they co-occur in time and place, they interact with each other at biological, psychological, or societal levels, and they share common underlying societal drivers, such as food and agriculture, transportation, urban design, and land use. So the changes in dietary patterns include the increased consumption of ultra-processed food and beverage products. And the production of these products is associated with high greenhouse gas emissions. Also, the agriculture, as it is now in a large scale, is leading to the increase in greenhouse gas emission as well. And then this affects the environment. So climate change is a reflection of the production system that we are living in. But it is also affecting back human health and well-being. When we look at the effects of in the environment, such as crop failures, extreme weather events like droughts or flooding, increase foodborne and other infectious diseases that affect not only food insecurity and health in general. And then we have to consider that big food industries and agribusiness are important actors in this because of their production in a not sustainable way, and also they pressure and they lobby with society and with people and with politicians for their production of meat, of ultra processed food, of beverage, sugar beverage, and so on. So gaining balance on this, for gaining balance on this scenario, means that we should be discouraging the consumption of ultra processed food, at the same time encouraging the consumption of healthy foods, prioritizing the use of land for an agriculture that is clean and it's sustainable and that reduces substantially the emission of greenhouse gas. However, this is extremely difficult and we are not being very successful in this because of policy inertia. So this is another concept that this paper brings, that policy inertia is combined effects of inadequate political leadership and governance to enact policies to respond to this endemic. And many times this happens because of the powerful commercial interests and the lobby of the big food industries and agribusiness. So the paper brings with a lot of illustration to show this in different ways, but I think this gives us the bigger picture in which we have underlying drivers here. And we see that they are leading to climate change, and climate change is leading to undernutrition and obesity. The same drivers are also leading to obesity and undernutrition, and they are also feeding back the loop and potentializing their effects. And this concept is interesting. It's not that we have not already been acting on this, because when we talk about food security, we talk also about the use of land, we talk about sustainability. However, is the novelty of looking at the three together, because looking at obesity only or climate change only has not been enough for mobilize policy action. And this is even more important at the context that we are facing now, that is the context of the COVID pandemic. So it's incredible that an infectious disease is now more aggressive in people who are obese or who have non-communicable diseases. So this pointing again to the problem that we have in our access to food nowadays and in our food systems nowadays. At the same time, the COVID is leading to so many measures for infection and prevention control. They are exacerbating the vulnerability for people who were already facing vulnerability or hunger or food insecurity. So I think that there is a quote here from Bloomberg Philanthropics that I think is very interesting, saying that the COVID-19 pandemic has both exposed the fault lines in our food system and reinforced the relationship between nutritious diets and health, bringing a new urgency to the need to ensure that everyone can access food that nourish. So the scenario now is that with school closures, there are more than 370 million children deprived of essential school meals. There is country lockdowns and trade restrictions, and then barriers for people to accessing nutritious food and healthy diets, increasing overweight and obesity, but also increasing hunger. There is increased snacking, ultra-processed food consumption, sedentary behavior, and screen time. And also mental health issues caused by the pandemic, in which we see the increase of alcohol consumption and also snacking because of anxiety. So I would like just to give an example from the situation in Brazil. Andressa, please let me know if my time is over, because I don't know what time I started. Oh, well.
You can continue.
Okay. So about the situation in Brazil, this is, I know that the whole world is going through this, but I just would like to bring a practical example. So this is from a study from UNICEF and IBOP here in Brazil, and data was collected in July with a sample of a representative sample. So that's why we extrapolate what the percentage means in terms of the Brazilian population. So we see that 64 percent of Brazilians were working before COVID-19, but during the pandemic, they lost their jobs and the percentage was 50%. So we're talking here about more than about 22 million people who lost their jobs. More than this, 55% of the population had a decrease in their income during the pandemic. So that is not only due to the loss of a job, but also really decreased income for other reasons. And this percentage is even higher when we talk about households with children or adolescents. So showing that the issue of poverty, hunger, and even food insecurity is even bigger when we talk about households with children and adolescents. And this graph is just showing this percentage according to family income. So we see that the percentage of people with decreased income is much higher among those who are already in poverty, who received less than one minimum wage or 1 to 2 minimum wages. And obviously that the changes in income comes also to changes in access to food and increased food insecurity. So 49% of the population reported changes in feeding habits during the pandemic. And this again was much higher for families with children or adolescents. That comes to 58%. So this graph shows in red is households with children and adolescents, and green households not with children or adolescents. And we see that the percentages are higher, always higher for households with children and adolescents. And then they report the increase of consumption of ultra-processed food, and this is mainly occurs in the people who are already vulnerable. We see in higher social classes increases in food prepared in restaurant or fast food, so they are buying more food instead of cooking, and also increase in the consumption of soft drinks and sugar in drinks. On the other side, 21% or 33 million Brazilians reported that there was a moment that there was no food in the house and no money to buy more. And this is 27% among families with children and adolescents. And 6% reported to skip a meal because there was no food for all or money to buy more. And the 6% that represents 9 million Brazilians, we also asked if they had access to any program of food distribution. And I know that in Brazil, as well as in other governments around the world, the government has tried to find measures to support the population in this difficult time of COVID. However, as we see here, this was not enough because only 4% said that they have access to some program of food distribution, but 92% had no help or support at all. Um, and this scenario represents a lot of setbacks because we were already not on track or very far from achieving the sustainable development goals related to ending malnutrition in all its forms and ending hunger. But with COVID, it is a setback from what we already had achieved. And then it shows urgency from policymakers and from us to raise our voices and change this scenario. I think we only can see the damage when the COVID-19 is more is the situation more controlled, but we already know that things are not going well. And this is not good news. But that's why I wanted to finish with another quote from the Lancet paper on the global syndemic, because I think the message is a message of action for all of us. When they say that all of us have a role in promoting food security, in changing this scenario, all of us can do something for this, whether if we are parents, whether we are researchers or just citizens. So I'd like to read it. However, people can act as agents of change in their roles as elected officials, employers, parents, customers, and citizens, and influence the societal norms and institutional policies. Across systems and institutions, people are decision makers who can vote for, advocate for, and communicate their preferences with other decision makers about the policies and actions needed to address the global syndemic. Within the natural ecosystems, people travel, recreate, build, and work in ways that can preserve or restore the environment. So I'd finish with this to just let you know that we don't have to only wait for civil society and government, but we can do what we can now. So thank you very much for listening to me on this Saturday, because I'm happy to share these thoughts with you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Stephanie, for your amazing session. I like so much. Remember, if you have any questions for Dr. Stephanie, please save it for now, and we will have like a discussion hour, and afterwards, where you will be able to ask these questions. So now I will introduce the next one. Our next speaker for the day will be Dr. Juliana Pontes. Dr. Juliana Pontes, are you here? I will start to present you. Dr. Juliana Pontes is a pediatric intensivist and PhD from University Federal of Uberlândia, and she is also to professor of pediatrics and IMPAC at IMPAC, I think it's like this, and volunteer of NGO Missão África. And today she will speak about food security too, and she will talking about a case in Mozambique. So please, Dr. Juliana, are you here?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you, Andressa.
Thank you. You're welcome. I'm so happy you are here today too. So now it's your time.
Okay, thank you. And I'm very glad to speak after Stephanie, because she made everything so clear that we will all understand the topics I will go through. And first of all, I'd like to say thanks to the Global Health Congress organization for this invitation. It's a pleasure to be here with my colleagues in this virtual roundtable. And I would like to congratulate all the students that are here with us this afternoon. And I wish all have an amazing time together. And as we have already seen, it's a time to learn, a time to share, and also a time to be challenged. And so I will start trying to share my screen.
Yes.
I hope everything goes fine. Wow.
It's okay. It's working. I'm seeing your screen.
Yes, it's full screen. Can you read it?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not seeing it perfectly, but it's okay. So I will start to say, who am I?
Dr. Juliana, it's
Yes.
not in full screen.
No?
It's like just, no, not yet.
So just a moment, please. And what about now? Is everything fine?
Yes, now it's fine.
Okay, thank you. So, as you see, I am a mother of three beautiful boys, João Lucas, Pedro, Paulo, and Daniel. And those three guys are very important in my life and in everything I do. And in the bottom of this picture, you see also my husband. That is great partner in everything I do. And as Andressa said, I am a pediatrician. I work in an intensive care unit, and I work with very small babies, newborn babies, but also with older children until 12 years old in critical situation. And I'm also a teacher, a professor at the university in a city nearby where I live. And my story with food security starts in 2011 in Mozambique, and I will share this story with you. And in this story, we'll learn and we'll hear about many stories and about this NGO that Andressa said, Missão África. So, as Stephanie has spoke before, there are many differences around the world when we say about food security and all these concepts of malnutrition and hidden hunger and overweight. But if we take a look in some numbers that will make us understand a small part of the problem. So in Uganda, the child death rate between 5% of the richest people is 100 per 1,000 births, and beyond the 5% poorest, it's double. A baby girl born in the Kingdom of Lesotho near South Africa will probably live 42 years less than a baby girl born in Japan. So what we can say about food security and what does it mean? As Stephanie said, there are many ways to struggle with food security and insecurity. In Brazil, even the families that have lower income can get some help from the government to look after that child. There are some cash transfers programs, and the government helps these families with money when the child goes to school and goes to the health system and get weight measured from time to time. But since I've been in Mozambique for the first time in 2011, I start to think properly in this concept of food security. As Stephanie remembered us the climate and the weather changes provokes higher or lower agriculture results. And families that this depends on substantially on farm productions can experience hunger during climate changes. And I was used to deal with children and their mothers for 20 years, but just in the last 10 years, I've been really meeting stories about very low weight children that are that and this become part of my life. Not just the newborn small babies, but the malnourishment children. And I've been working in Mozambique as in short time periods for the last 10 years. And in my background in Brazil, when we grow up in a family that has their daily food guaranteed, we cannot simply understand the concept of hunger. For many of us, hunger is just a word. And I believe that many people here today have never experienced the feeling of the true hunger. And why that? We must remember that nutrition is affected by emergencies as floods, earthquakes, wars, economic and political instabilities. And these scenarios can bring good damages to the roads, markets, can promote large-scale migration, can lead to breakdown of essential services like healthcare facilities, can impact every house, reducing access to food, loss of earnings, and it will be end in malnutrition, disease, and deaths. We must remember that malnourishment women that are the ones that put on low weight during the pregnancy, they can lead to inadequate fetal nutrition. And low birth babies have high mortality rate, and also for long period time of observation, we will see impaired mental development. And again, as Stefan just told us, this is a cycle, and it will lead to child stunts with reduced mental capacity, and also adolescents that will one day become mothers, and malnourishment pregnant women. So we have, she already said about the concept, so I'll skip this. And first time I was in Mozambique and I met this reality, I was thinking, what do I need to see? And I was trying to listen. What do I need to listen? What I need to hear? And what I could hear was a cry for help. And this was a target for our society. It was a global target for the millennium. Yeah, for 20 years ago, we were already hoping to come to the day that will come that those problems we won't face it no longer. But it's not true yet. And we have this 10,000 days window opportunity. And we have to guarantee that pregnant woman has access to local strategies to support these vulnerable mothers and their children. I know that it's just not the income that explains all the facts we're talking about here now. Biology alone does not explain those facts. Not just the difference between countries, but also the social environment where people are born, grow, work, and die. And those are interaction factors. It's not the genetic code that can prevent or not some diseases, but as I said before, behavior conditioners, poverty, migration, lack of sanitation, lack of information, and social conflicts are huge problems in our nowadays. I would like to remember this to the students, the medicine students, that you have a very important role when you're attending those mothers and those children, and I would like to invite you to try to listen and to see things that are underlying the words they are telling you. So we might remember about these micronutrients supplementations that are important during those periods. And undernutrition, it's a cause that is there, is standing behind or together with many different causes of death, mainly in children smaller than 5 years old. So it's this image, it's very known abroad, the ways you can measure and can try to define those who are the children that need more urgently health, food support, nutrition support. So I would like to remember the students the concepts about malnutrition that are quite classic in the literature. And for example, the very well-known marasmus that's characterized by failure to gain weight and irritability. The skin loses sugar and becomes wrinkled, and these children lose the subcutaneous fat, disappear, and they become muscular atrophy, and this results in hypotonia. And children can have also starvation diarrhea. This other word that's a classic African word for the baby that is born in the second place, kwashiorkor, that can occur initially with vague manifestations that include lethargy, but in advanced stage, these children goes with the lack in growth, loss of muscle tissue, increased susceptibility to infections, vomiting, diarrhea, anorexia, and edema. And although those problems can happen in Brazil as well, as I live in the center, in the southeast part of Brazil, I've never met those children in Brazil. I just met them when I start to work in Africa, and especially in Mozambique. And here is a picture that shows that two boys that lives in the same community in Africa, and they have the same age, and they have, as you can see, different height. And this is done due to chronic undernutrition. And if you look specifically about the vitamins, it's very well defined nowadays. The role of those nutrients in mortality, in preventing mortality among young children. So it's necessary that we do supplementation of these nutrients. And when we talk about vitamin A alone, if we do this supplementation, we can increase numbers as high as 25%. We can reduce, the mortality between children under 5 years of age. And in specific areas like Mozambique, you can have specific undernutrient malnutrition because it's a culture in the country that they have food that is major based on corn meal, and it has a lack of some nutrients, and the people can develop dermatitis, diarrhea, and dementia. And if we remember, if we travel ages ago, and we remember that one of the most understood and perhaps the first undernutrient described is scurvy. Our forefathers, when they crossed the oceans to colonize other continents like Brazil, when they stay long times in the boats without eating fresh food, they got this disease. And it means that when they could experience bleeding in the bones, in the cartilage, and blood vessels, leading to their fragility. And one may think that there are some diseases that no longer exist, but it is not true. Rickets, it has a prevalence of 10% in Africa. This disease has ramped in Northern Europe in USA during the early years of the last century, but it's still a problem in Africa. And hunger and undernutrition have substantial consequences for survivals and for their families by requiring them to spend additional resources on healthcare and being affecting the productive of malnourishment persons. This is substantial evidence that early children malnutrition is detriment to productive in adulthood. So these problems lives and lasts for a long time. And there is a two-way that malnutrition goes and has relationship with infections and vice versa. Deficiency of both macro and micronutrients impair the immune system. And also, those infections caused by helminths and all other infections leads to reduced nutrients absorptions, fevers that can lead to catabolism and anorexia, and contributes to malnutrition. So I brought this picture that is an example of something I saw with my bare eyes last year in Mozambique. During the time I'm working in Mozambique, I've seen hunger through crop failures. But last year, if you remember, there was a hurricane in Mozambique. And after that came a flood. And many families lost their familiar agriculture. And this provoked acute hunger period in the country. And I was there when all the world organizations were there as well, and I've seen the work of FAO, of United Nations, and Red Cross, Save the Children, UNICEF, but all the work, all these institutions and the government did together was not enough. People were facing hunger, acute hunger. And this was when we were trying to distribute food for these people. And we may not imagine that our people still living in such difficult situations, in such difficult scenarios, in such lack of sanitation and water, safe water supplies. But there are really many families facing those problems today. And a group of friends, we saw in 2012, we started an NGO called Missão Africa. And we started to work with children that were in food and families that were in food insecurity times, and we start to build pre-schools for smaller children, and also safe places where undernourished children could come to receive for free food and medicines. And we did it because we could not only see the problems, we understood that we could do something, even though it's a small thing. It's something that we personally could get involved, and we started to feed the children in the schools and in those centers. And today we are helping 7,000 families and their children. And if you understand that in Mozambique, many families have 5, 6, 7, and also 8 children, it's a expressive number for us. And we do this because we believe that every child in the world has the right to dignity, tolerance, freedom, equality, and we can work in solidarity. And this is one of our schools. Everything is very, very, very simple. Everything is very basic. There is no luxury on it, but we work with children living especially difficult conditions, and we know that they need special consideration. And although we see we can see a lot of suffer, we can hear many cries. When we see scenes like that, when a mother is holding a child, or the grandmother is holding a child that has lost the mother for HIV and AIDS, we believe that it's still possible, and we can still think that we live in a wonderful world. And we are very glad because we do not work alone. We work with many and thousands of people that help us, and together we are doing a job that I am very glad to do it, and I'm very proud to be part of it. And we all want to say thanks to all that helps us. And just as like Stephanie said, we believe we have to do it together. And quoting Save the Children, we believe that together we can ensure that no baby is born to die. And we believe that peace, shelter, education, food security, and social justice are conditionals for health. And children need these environments to promote their emotional development and improves to their full potential. And this will provide and generate a social productive person. I believe my time is just running out.
Yeah.
And yes, and I would like to say thanks to again, I can explain more if any questions come in the question time. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you so much for the amazing speak. We are so glad that you're here. So now I will just present our third speaker of the day. So thank you again, Dr. Juliana, and please wait to back at the Q&A question. So if you have any questions for Dr. Juliana, please send on chat now for us, and we will read all these questions at the Q&A session. So our third speaker of this day will be Dr. William Belay. And Mila Blaze coordinates the Alliance of Food Sovereignty for Africa, and he is a member of the International Panel of Experts in the Sustainable of Food Systems, IPES Food. And Million is a founder of Melka, Ethiopia, and indigenous NGO working issues of the agroecology, intergenerational learning, advocacy, and livelihood improvement of the local and indigenous people. He has PhD in environmental learning and MSc in tourism and conservation and BSc in biology. Today he will talking about the challenge of achievement to food security and the work of AFSA. So please, we welcome Dr. Million Blade. Are you here? It's your time to speak, and we are so glad you are here today.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
I thought it's, okay. Sorry.
Okay, it happened. So now it's your time. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thanks a lot.
Yes, I see your screen. It's everything works.
Yeah, thanks a lot for inviting me. I don't have to introduce myself.
Yes.
My name is Million Belay. I'm the General Coordinator for the Alliance for Food Sovereignty in Africa. I'll tell you what the Alliance is in the middle of my presentation. Well, my perspective would be an African perspective, but I think some of the things that I'm going to present would also speak to the situation in other continents too. It will be a bit political because, as our name indicates, we are for food sovereignty, not for food security. We feel that the better term to explain the conditions that we are living is food sovereignty instead of food security, as one of my friends, Raj Baital, said. People can be food secure. Even a prisoner can be food secure. People living in prison can be food secure, but they cannot be sovereign. See? So what do I mean by that? I will talk later. But now I will talk about agriculture. When I talk about agriculture, talking about food sovereignty, food security, right to food, all that. These are all these problems that agriculture has to address. And so how do you address those challenges? Is it by producing more food? I think in the context of a lot of policies, the drive is to produce more food. But is it also to produce more food, which is nutritious and healthy? Yes. I think so many concepts, including food security, address the first two. But the most important question is also, is it to produce more food which is nutritious and healthy without impacting the environment or the biosphere? This is a very, very critical question. And when you produce a policy based on that, a strategy, then a lot of elements would come in. So food security kind of ignores how food is produced. Is it also to produce more food, nutritious, without affecting the environment, which is also culturally appropriate? I think cultural appropriateness is very much important in a lot of contexts. You see, in Latin America, in Asia, in Africa, even in North America, in Europe, there are a lot of cultures still there. So cultural appropriateness of food is important. And the first presenter Andresa, talked about right to food in the right context. So we have to produce more food, nutritious and healthy, culturally appropriate food without affecting the environment and in a justice way. So the right to the justice issue is very much important. So in general, there are two competing paradigms or narratives for the future of agriculture. You can call it food security, food sovereignty. a productivist and agroecological. The productivist paradigm focuses on producing more food. And they talk about using agrochemicals, high-yielding varieties, irrigation, focusing technology, training farmers in new techniques. This is a green revolution kind of narrative. And it has a lot of supporters. I'll come to the supports, but the narrative, they work under a narrative. A narrative is a story. It's a powerful story. Once you create a narrative, then you can create a policy and a strategy. So the narrative is, oh, business is very much important in producing more food. So we need to open our doors to business. Oh, farmer seeds is a problem because it's not productive. So we have to replace it with high input varieties. Oh, the problem is of calories. We need more calories. Land in the hands of farmers is not productive. So we need to bring in other people who have money so that they produce more food. That's what's prompting land grabbing. Oh, knowledge comes only from science. It just denigrates the knowledge of people. Knowledge of people. People have been farming for thousands of years, but their knowledge is not considered as important. And it's possible to produce one-fits-all solutions. So they produce solutions in capital cities and in Europe in the North. And what has this narrative brought us? I think both of the presenters have made it clear that now, as we speak, there is hunger, there is micronutrient deficiencies, there is obesity. This is what a triple burden of malnutrition. And we have non-communicable diseases. So there is a health crisis. As our sister have said now, who presented about Mozambique, I didn't catch your name. And it's environmentally unsustainable, All data is coming from Europe, from the Americas, from Asia, and from Africa, tells you that the kind of food production that we have in the name of food security is having environmental sustainability. Social inequities are a problem, and including neglect of our cultural values. So what's our solution? Our solution is agroecology. We work for agroecology, which is the action and change that brings sustainability and resistance to all parts of the food system, ecological, economic, and social. It's a cutting-edge science, agroecology. It's a practice, and it's also social justice movement. That's why we like the food sovereignty question, because the issue is a justice issue. It has to be all three of it, or it's not agroecology. People talk about, when they talk about agroecology, they only talk about these practices: conservation tillage, natural nitrogen fixation, natural pest control, agroforestry, these practices. But it's also empowerment of stakeholders' engagement. It's also socio-economic regulations. It's so many things, agroecology. So agroecology is all of them. So we started the Alliance for Food Sovereignty in Africa in 2008. Well, we started to function since 2013-14. But we started AFSA, and AFSA is the biggest civil society movement in Africa. This is our website. The purpose is to create a united and loud African voice on transition to agroecology. We are broad-based and with 40 networks. And out of 55 African countries, we work in 50 of them. These are members. We have the core members, associated, and honorary membership, including Friends of AFSA. We have a General Assembly, a board, and a secretariat. We have offices in Kampala and in Senegal. We work in this context, the continuous impact of the industrial agriculture narratives, the narratives that I have told you. We work under the climate emergency. We work under the narrowing political spaces. Civil societies have little political spaces in the country that they work in. We work under the growing consciousness of African youth. It's an amazing growing consciousness. They do understand colonization. They do understand oppression. Their eyes are being opened. Growing urbanization. Urbanization is good, but unplanned urbanization is very bad. Increasing impact of COVID-19. So we work in 4 areas: transition to agroecological, for climate action, strengthening farmers' money systems, strengthening community voices for land rights, and mobilizing citizen support for sustainable food and nutrition systems. So our members are divided into these 4 activities. We have women networks, children youth networks, indigenous peoples networks, non-governmental organizations, and farmers. These are the 9 stakeholder groups of the Sustainable Development Goals. 5 of them are members of AFSA. This is our theory of change. We do research, and our advocacy is based on research. And we build movements, and we raise the consciousness of farmers. So what we have done is, and everybody talks about agroecology, food systems, food sovereignty, and we ask ourselves, does it work for Africa? So to make an evidence-based and coherent case for agroecology as a sustainable long-term solution for farming in Africa, we just decided to make that. And we started to collect cases on agroecology, on land and soil, on pastoralism, and on seed sovereignty. You can find the cases on this website. These are the places where the cases are collected, research, and you can find the cases on this website. And we published all of these cases. We keep on publishing now. As I speak, 4 publications are coming out. Let me tell you 3 short stories from these publications. The first story is what is called a never-ending food in Malawi. What they did was they, maize is the main food in Malawi, but it is eaten with vegetables. But it was eaten with a limited number of vegetables. So they had a meeting with farmers, women farmers specifically, and they have asked them about the plants that they use for food. And they identified 300 species of plants, 300. And out of this, they planted some of them in their permaculture garden. And there was a lot of food, a lot of income for the family, and consumers are happy. So this is one story. The story tells you that if you look, even in a community, there is a lot of food to eat. Don't go to communities thinking that you are the only one who has a solution. And this is a typical example of a consumer demand encouraging farmers to grow something, leafy vegetables. So this is a story of African leafy vegetables enterprise, which boosted the livelihood of rural communities in Africa. So 2 civil society organizations, one of them is Pelham Kenya, they introduced leafy vegetables to supermarkets. They have asked them whether they have it, and consumer liked it. When consumer liked it, then there was a lot of demand for this to be produced, and a lot of food. These leafy vegetables are produced. Now farmers produce and consumer get it, even to an extent where a local government decided to make it as part of the school feeding mechanism. So leafy vegetables became so this shows you how a very good food can be a trend, when consumers like it. This is also another example of a mechanism of managing farm, which can increase production without the use of any chemicals. The first system was called the system of rice intensification. It was started in Madagascar and in Zambia, in Rwanda, and so many countries. So what's happening is when you plant rice, instead of broadcasting it, they start to plant online with space. And the rice grew and the productivity has quadrupled. They took the same strategy and tried it with crops. SSCI's system of crop intensification, planting with space. And productivity is 3 times. So that's a lot of production without the use of chemicals. And as you can see, this is a landscape. It's in Tigray, in the northern part of the country. currently in a problematic situation because of the political situation. Anyway, what they did, these are the landscape level, is to do soil and water conservation, increase the plant biomass of the area, and use compost. And what happened was, there was gullies rehabilitated, compost was made, and productivity has increased. And this is a result of an experiment done over 20 years. Over these 5 crops, barley, durum wheat, maize, and teff, and fava bean, there was one plot, which is a check, which means there is no compost or chemical fertilizer. There is no fertilizer. So the farming is done just without anything. The second was with chemical fertilizer, and the third one was with compost or with organic or natural fertilizer. So for the first 2-3 years, the chemical fertilizer treated land was doing very good. But over the years, after 4 or 5 years, compost starts to take up. So across these 5 crops, land treated with compost did much better than land treated with chemical fertilizer. There's so no need for chemicals. So what we did as AFSA was to bring all these 80 case studies and also bring some more case studies and do a meta-level analysis of the importance of agroecology. They are the key findings. This is my last slide. So what are the key findings? When I started my presentation, I asked questions. What is the purpose of food production? Is it to increase productivity? Yes, agroecology increases yields and productivity. This is a very, very important consideration. If I have time, if you have questions, I would go deeper into how it increases the productivity or how it fills the productivity gap. Substantial income increases were witnessed in almost all of the cases. Improved soil fertility. Soil fertility is such a very, very important thing. Soil fertility is very much important. Food is culturally appropriate, cultural appropriateness of food is very much important. Crop diversity lowers risk of disease, increased resilience. And you can ask somebody who was working in nutrition, eating a diverse number of crops or vegetables is critical to lower risk of disease and to increase nutrition. If you look at this picture, even if you look at where she's standing, at the back of her are different plants. All this can be food. And much more importantly, food production and distribution is under the control of farmers. So the rights question is addressed under agroecology. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for this amazing speak for today. Now I will make the Q&A session. So I invite now to back here Dr. Juliana and everyone. Yes, thank you so much. Dr. Milian, continue here. And please, that we will start. Dr. Stephanie, are you here too? Yes, okay. Everybody who have a question, please send now and we will read. The first question we have today, it's for Dr. Stephanie, and it's an interesting question, I think. They said in the world, we produce enough food to feed in the entire population, but yet we still have many people going hungry today. So in addition to the great food waste, do you think the food production and distribution account does not close due to logistics? You think this account doesn't close because the logistical problems to distribute this food, or because political problems, just because something it's more profitable to sell food for who have money than to sell food, than to distribute food for people who really need food? I don't know if you understand.
Yes, I think this is exactly the point that I want to pass. That yes, we produce a lot of food in the world, but we have the problem of inequalities, and that they are not sufficiently addressed by policymakers or governments nowadays. And this has a lot to do with the commerce and how this is not only logistic. I mean, it is more deeply grounded in economic and political issues that have to be taken into consideration. And that's why bringing the concept of a global syndemic is interesting, because then we look to the whole picture, and it makes us understand even better how it has an impact in the whole system. So I think it's very interesting seeing the presentation of Dr. Milian Bilek, because he brings a practical way of doing this or facing this in a community or in a country or in a that there are ways of producing food in a sustainable way, and then making this food like he said, culturally appropriated, and then generating nutritious food for that people. But it is indeed it is a very structural issue that we have our roles on this, but it's much more than just logistic. I don't know if this answered the question.
Yes, yes, exactly this. Oh, thank you. The next question will be for Dr. Juliana. Dr. Juliana, please. The food security.
Can I respond to this question?
Oh, yes, please.
I agree with her. I agree with Stephanie that this is also a structural question, is a political question. And also, I just wanted to mention one or two elements. One is, in US, for example, there's a large amount of maize produced, and that's converted into biofuel, fuel for the cars.
Oh.
And also, there is a lot of food produced in Latin America, for example, and in the US, and in so many other countries, and that goes for animal feeding, to feed animals. You see, there is food out there, but what is this food used for? And as Stephanie said, also food waste is also a very, very critical problem. So there are other issues out there.
Oh, thank you so much. Yes, it's a good point. So the next question will be for Dr. Juliana, please. Dr. Juliana, the food security is still an unknown topic for many professionals in the field. So do you believe that within medical education is necessary to talk more about food security? And if you agree with this, what are the key points that you should be discussed for this target audience? Because what do you think about that?
I think it's an urgent point to become part of discussion in medical curriculums, because we learn a lot of so many subjects, but sometimes we lose focus on the basic stuff. So we are trying to treat the diseases, the cardiovascular diseases, the cancer diseases, all the diseases, but we do not look at the very point where they start and all the troubles they go through. So, and I think so this is one reason why I would like to say that we are very, I was amazed with this Congress that you decide to talk about the health and the whole process that it's in between, and it's climate changes, it's food, it's war, it's many social conflicts. So I think the medical students have to open their minds. Otherwise, we won't be able to face this when we are working, even in our cities, because we do not understand the larger problem with our patients.
Thank you.
Andressa, if I may compliment, as we are in discussion and we go
yes,
in each other's response.
When you make the compliment, yes.
Yeah, but in this question, because when Juliana was presenting, she was talking about some important issues that we need to consider, like medical doctors can consider when they are in practical, like giving micronutrient supplementation to pregnant women and other things. And then I was thinking about breastfeeding and promoting healthy habits. I think this is key, and this is the beginning of the feeding of every creature in the world. So, well, of us humans. um, and I know we're talking with people from different countries, and for instance, in Africa, breastfeeding rates are higher than in Brazil. But in Brazil, we still have an issue with this. Breastfeeding, and particularly exclusive breastfeeding, is very low. And if we are talking with medical students, I would like to highlight this because I think it's not very it's not something that is very emphasized by doctors sometimes, and this is key. We have a lot of scientific evidence showing that breastfeeding is the best for babies, especially exclusive breastfeeding during the first 6 months. But also we have a great lobby of industry for saying that people should use feeding formula. And I think this is key. Breastfeeding is sustainable, doesn't need people to spend money. It's best for the babies. And when we look at malnutrition, normally it starts after the introduction of food and not when the baby is in exclusive breastfeeding. So I just would like to highlight this because I think it's key.
Yes. Oh, really the key. I understand all your idea. Dr. Milan, do you think in your country this specifically this thing of the food security is more no for the population? Because every time we're speaking here, we give like examples from Africa for something like that. Do you think here in Brazil we don't talk too much about this? You think it's different in your country, or is the same thing like here?
I mean, the question of food security.
Yes.
I think when I start, in every country, there are some people who are affluent and who have no problem, and there are who always struggle. You see,
Yeah.
so local farmers, local communities, everywhere struggle. Somebody said that farmers have two basic enemies. One is weather and the other is government, So, that's a story everywhere. So yeah, I think that's always a challenge, but some countries where with no fault of their own, for example, due to climate change, they suffer. And some countries don't as much as others suffer. Some countries, even if they suffer, they have enough money, they are wealthy, they can cushion that impact. But the problem is everywhere. I think even if we have our own particularities, but there are things that we share. So that's why global struggle is important, we have to struggle together.
Oh, thank you so much. I have one more question to Stephanie again. Stephanie, this is like my question. I have like some impression that junk food is really cheaper than natural food or something like that. When we go to the supermarket, I think I see like junk food more cheaper than anything like a fruit, a banana, or something like that. And junk food is not sufficient. Is not good thing for nutrition. We're talking about people who don't have so much money to buy food, and we have a problem because the junk food are really cheaper and the good food are expensive. So how we can make this thing to help you who don't have so much money but need to eat like a good food, but it's so much expensive. It's a big problem, or you think it's not too much junk food, not so much expensive than natural food?
That's a very good question, Andressa. And it's
problem.
something, yeah, and that's something that we discuss a lot here. I mean, at UNICEF as well, where I work, because we always talk like, oh, it's so much cheaper to buy, for instance, pasta and sausages, and then it can fill people up, and okay, and that's done. That's a meal, and that's not nutritious. So I think it depends a lot of the point of view, because fast food, it is cheap, but it's normally for one person only. So if you eat biscuits, if you eat like a burger in each one on any of this, I cannot cite. If you eat burgers, it's just for one person. So it is cheap, but it's not feeding the whole family. But when we talk about proper food, like I will refer to Brazilian context because that's where I am. But for instance, rice and beans. I know rice now it has increased the price because of inflation, but before it was not that expensive. And if you buy a package of rice and beans, and you have carbohydrates and protein for the whole family for days and for a good price. Now they have to go to other options, but instead of rice. But rice and beans was good enough, and then you come with another meat protein or in vegetables. So it doesn't really mean that fast food is cheaper, because when you look at the whole family, the fruits or fruits of that time that are produced on that time, because there are expensive fruits, but there are fruits and vegetables, there are not that expensive, that can be accessed. And then we go to another problem, there is access of people to food, because people in slums or favelas, normally they have shops with candies, cakes, and this kind of thing close to them, but they don't have available foods in nature close to them. So that's indeed an issue that we have to talk about. But I think there are ways to not only not think that eating healthy is eating expensive. You don't have to buy the expensive things, but you can buy simple things that will feed the family for more days and will be nutritious enough.
Oh, thank you so much. It's a difficult question. I like your answer. I have one more question to Dr. Milian. Dr. Milian, I like so much to see your example to the community who plant and then eat and everything is working. But do you think have another solution for people who live like in the cities, like in favelas or something like that, and don't have space to plant for it because they are on the don't have place to plant, like something like that? So you think you'll have another solution to to make this? I think you have a
That's a very, very difficult question, you know.
yes.
It's urbanization, you know, unplanned urbanization is very, very problematic in so many countries. They eat rural lands, you know, food producing areas are eaten by rapidly expanding urban areas. If houses not are very well planned, they become slums. The food is fast food, as we are talking now. So people work and they just want fast food. It tastes, you know, somehow different than the food that they used to when they are in their countryside. So the number of people who are suffering from obesity, from food-related diseases is much higher. By the way, you know, I heard very astounding statistics last time when I was listening to a radio. They say that people coming from Latin America and Africa to the United States, uh, are much healthier when they arrive, but get sick by the fifth year or something.
Oh.
Because they want to save money and they eat the cheap food, as you said. And cheap foods are subsidized, as you know. They're hugely subsidized by the government, you know. And then based on the and a lot of oil and addictive sugar, addictive powder, you know. So it's very difficult. But urban areas, how do you solve the problem of somebody who's living in urban area and who's eating bad food? That's a $1 million question, to be honest with you. And it all depends on connecting consumers and farmers. You know, everybody shouldn't farm, you know. So
Yes.
you can make the economy a little bit circular, and you can have. You know, quite recently we talked about territorial marketing as a concept for advocacy, which actually means that in every city, small city, that city is connected somehow to a rural environment. How can you connect that small part of the city to a rural environment? And it's very critical that we educate also the public. We campaign. You know, there needs a lot of arm twisting of government that has to be done, so that the government does not subsidize those who have a lot of money, but also subsidize the poor people. And for example, when there is a feeding mechanism at the school level or at any place, it is accessed from those markets, from those farmers. I think Brazil is a leading example on that, as much as I know. Everybody talks about the Brazilian experience, where farmers and the small cities are connected, where school feeding is very much connected with rural farmers. I don't know, you know the reality.
Yes.
It's a very difficult question. You know, the reason is because it's so contextual. I cannot give you the solution. I mean, Juliana can tell you about the situation in Mozambique.
Yes,
I cannot. She's much better. She can explain to you, but I don't know the situation in Mozambique. So it's contextual and it's difficult to have a general answer. Thank you.
I'll just want to say something, Andres. Dr. Milian, I want to become your personal friend. If you don't, you know, because we work with small farmers there, and we are supporting this family work. And I personally do not have the knowledge to teach them in this area, and I need to get those concepts, and I will search for AFSA in the internet, and maybe you will help me.
No, it's fine. I think we have our members in Mozambique, you know.
Okay. Thank you.
UNAC, do you know UNAC? UNAC.
Just heard about.
Yes, they are also our members. So, yeah, I would be happy to communicate with you. Thank you.
I had just a couple questions as well. So I wanted to just ask everyone, I'm curious what your thoughts are on the viability of urban farming as a viable solution. I know that I've seen in my own country some examples of that, but they're just starting. So in terms of their ability to truly feed the population adequately, I was curious what your thoughts are on that.
If I may just come complementing the previous questions, because I think it has to do a little bit with this question as well. Yes, Dr. Milian was talking about Brazil as being a reference for this, because our national school program, feeding program, there is a percentage of the food from schools that must come from small producers. So I think this is a way to support small producers and small business. But another thing is in our personal lives as well. we have the opportunity of also, instead of buying from great supermarkets, buying from small producers in markets or fairs that are close to our neighborhood. There is an institution here, a civil society called IDEC, and they have mapped the markets, free markets around the towns in Brazil. And so we can go there and find places close to our houses so we can buy from these people and support them, or support a sustainable way of living, instead of only buying from big markets that have a huge commerce and other things involved. So I think this is one idea, and it starts from us, and it can make a difference and an impact. But regarding urban, I think it there is a trend, at least here in Brazil, to, especially in communities, to support like community gardens in which people can plant and consume from it. And but again, it requires a space and requires some logistics that people has to think on it. So it depends on the context, but I think it's a good solution. And even people wish they can, if they have the space in the houses, to start planting a little bit, just for being healthier as well. I think it's a good step.
I think, can I go? Urban farming, it's of different kind and a different scale. I think they can contribute quite a lot. I mean, now we're talking about vertical farming also in urban areas. So there's a lot of innovations coming out in urban farming, in urban animal farming, you know. It's very difficult to think of an urban area feeding the whole population. That will be difficult, you know. But they can make a substantial contribution to the national food output somehow, especially in a planned urban environment area. It's all in the minds of the policymakers. It's you know. Do they really think that it works? If they say it works, are they prepared to invest for it? No, just to educate people, produce a lot of guides on how to do it, and go out on a TV every day and show people how to do it. I think there can be a lot of people in a lot of compounds, and people will be very, very much happy in doing it. Again, it is contextual. For example, in the northern countries where 6 or 7 months the land is under snow, it is a bit difficult, but there are other areas who can grow every day in every year. Yeah, but I agree with you. It's really a very, very good strategy.
If I can just say one word, I believe that every change has to start in our own lives. So yeah, the first step.
Yes, exactly.
Indeed, we must whisper in the ears of the policymakers. I think my very last question, and then I think we'll kind of transition into the break. And I also just wanted to take a pause to thank all of you for your time. Your talks have been incredibly inspiring and informative. My last question is just, this is a global health conference. And so thinking about food security in a global context, there are a lot of arguments for liberalization of trade of food between countries. Some would argue that it increases jobs and a flow of money towards countries that need that money. However, we also see a lot of transition towards mono-agriculture in those situations that can be very detrimental for countries when they lose those abilities to have diverse agricultural skills. And what are your thoughts on how trade between countries can help or hinder our efforts towards food sovereignty? And is there any way that we can direct this intentionally as we move forward?
You are sharp in the questions. Does anyone, Dr. Miljan, do you want to start or?
I'm happy. I mean, I can start. I mean,
Okay.
you can start, Stephanie. I mean, ladies first.
Well, now, I think in trading, what comes to my mind is because I know there is a lot of trading. It can be in terms of globalization. It can be on fruits, meat. We can talk about different aspects. But what comes to my mind is the part of globalization is how nowadays, if we are in Brazil or in China or in the US, you find the same things to eat. So you find the same brands, you find the same types of burgers or pizza or fast food. And this is the part that I want to comment on because I think this is problematic because we take out the culture of people in those countries, and we are encouraging people to eat food that are less nutritious and rich in fat, sugar, and sodium that is bad for health. So this part of trading, this part this part of globalization is something that we need to reevaluate. I don't know how, because it involves a lot of money. It has huge economic impacts, but it's something that we should evaluate to produce in a more sustainable way, and also to encourage people to eat more healthily. So I will stop here and stop here.
I would just say that Brazil is very famous for trading, for monoculture since the beginning of our story. But as we were just listened from Dr. Miljan before, I think we have to look again to inside into our cultural and local kinds of food, and also for our sovereignty that we have to. It's very good to trade, and we are a global world and we need to trade, but I think we have to also look after those particular aspects. And when we're talking about, when we are playing and when we are discussing health and public health in the country, you have to discuss those subjects.
Exactly. Thank you very much. I think I buy what both Stephanie and Juliana has said about culture. One of the issues, this is exactly because of this question that I like the concept of food sovereignty rather than food security, because food sovereignty questions global trade. Because the global trade is happening between those who have political power, financial power, and those who are not powerful. So it's a power game. Only 3-4 companies control over 70% of the trade in our city. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? And when people hear this, they don't respond that much. And that amazes me. 3 companies controlling our food. 70%. That's a shocking figure. If they control even 10 or 15 or 20%, that's very much. But close to 70% of our food in our food production system. So the trade actually is like me going into the ring with Mike Tyson, as people always say. So it's between 2 totally different people that trade. So that's one of the problem. And also you talk about the movement of food from place to place, and that the impact on the climate, on biodiversity is very critical. Where we have a problem also on the other side of on our side is there is this narrative which is called a market-based agriculture. Agriculture should be market-based. It should be it should increase GDP. You see, to increase the country's GDP, then farmers, instead of planting diverse food, they focus on a certain crops. For what? For the market. And they become controlled by few individuals who control those markets. When that market succeeds, then they succeed. When it fails, it fails. I know a lot of farmers who are doing coffee in Ethiopia. And when the global coffee market is very good, then their income is very high. And most of the time it is very low, and they even sometimes destroy their coffee trees to sell them as wood. You see? So their impact on local food diversity is so high, this global trade. And if you're asking me whether they are increasing the country's GDP, yeah, but GDP is never a reflection of the reality of farmers, as you know. So I'm not that much positive about trade improving food diversity. Even trade kills diversity, and trade, actually global trade, results in the lot of health crisis that Juliana was talking about. Yeah.
Thank you all so much. I really appreciate it. I do recognize that it's my country that's contributing to a lot of this, and I apologize, and we'll fight it from the inside.
You are part of the victim.
Thank you all so much for your time. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a nice night, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we will have the oral presentations of the work submitted by you. The first one to present is Yassir. He is here with us today. And the title is A National COVID Vaccine Campaign and Health Promotion Designed by Future Global Health Leaders. Please, Yassir. Hello. Yassir, we can hear you. You're still muted.
Oops, sorry about that.
It's fine now, thank you.
Thank you. So hello everybody, my name is Yassir Hamza. I'm a medical student from the University of Nairobi and a global health enthusiast, and I'm Kenyan from Kenya, a beautiful country in the East Africa. And today I'm going to present to you my abstract on a national COVID-19 awareness campaign, vaccine awareness campaign strategy and health promotion that was actually designed by future global health leaders. That's what we like to call ourselves. So these are the co-authors of the abstract. Prevention is better than cure. It's a common phrase that is often used in the world of global health, and it's everything that global health leaders actually advocate for. And as we speak right now, this was the problem that vaccines have been one of our world's greatest achievements, without doubt. This has been one of the world's greatest innovations. And of course, with the increase in the number of COVID-19 morbidity and mortality and the number of cases, the second waves, the whole world is looking up for a vaccine. The COVID vaccine has become a universal emergency. And of course, there's a global race where each and every country is actually trying to secure vaccines for their population in order to end this pandemic. However, and this is unfortunate, that there's a high possibility for low and middle income countries like Kenya to be left behind in the race to get that vaccine, to secure the vaccine. Not only that, we must not forget that before COVID-19, the world was facing a global challenge of anti-vaccine movements, people who are also lack of awareness of vaccine vaccines has proven to be a major barrier in people participating in vaccine trials. Such trials before the COVID-19 included the trials in malaria or HIV vaccine, or even people just accepting vaccines. So this has been like a major challenge in the world. And when COVID knocked on our doors, these challenges still are present. And of course, the COVID-19 vaccine isn't an exception to this vaccine, to this challenges that are being faced. So, however, I cannot continue without acknowledging the interventions that have been in place. We've got in Africa mainly the Shadox, Pfizer, and Moderna have been one of the major vaccines that have been where clinical trials have been indicated. And at the time of writing this abstract in Kenya, we did have 40 recruits for the Shadox COVID-19 vaccine. Of course, clinical trials have been initiated in Kenya, but to ensure efficacy of that vaccine, it is important to conduct a large-scale study, and that is where the challenge comes. Because when you want to recruit people to participate in vaccine trials, even after successful approval of the vaccine, you want them to take up the vaccine, and that was the challenge. So, we sat down, me and a group of my colleagues, we sat down and we asked ourselves this question, how will the nation prepare for the upcoming COVID-19 vaccine trials and simultaneously mitigate the negative impact the pandemic has had on the existing immunization programs? So we wanted to hit two birds with one stone, and we wanted to see how we can actually prepare Kenya and ensure that Kenya is actually not left behind in the upcoming vaccine trials. So this is some of the methods we actually did. As I said before, to face this challenge, 6 global health enthusiasts drawn from multiple disciplines, including human, animal, and environmental health, which is globally known as One Health, we all collaborated to design a campaign strategy. So this was a campaign strategy that was not viewed from one perspective of only human health, but from a variety of perspectives that outstretched or that was stretched over the multiple disciplines. And this is how we came together to develop this strategy. Meet our future global health leaders. I cannot continue without mentioning and appreciating who are these future global health leaders. As I mentioned before, they come from diverse backgrounds, including animal and human health. And we also belong to various universities here in Kenya. We are all undergraduate students from different universities, different locations. So we all brought our experiences, our perspectives, everything together. And of course, with the help of our mentor, Dr. Kellen, we were able to successfully develop this strategy, as I'll talk about it ahead. So meet these future global health leaders. We are extremely passionate about global health. Yes. So the aim of this campaign was, our aim was to design a campaign strategy to increase public awareness on the upcoming vaccine trial, at the same time motivate the general population to participate. So this is what we did. So we held the brainstorming sessions daily, which actually resulted in innovative solutions. So we incorporated everyone's ideas and tried to marry them. We also had 6 focus group discussions where we actually designed the strategies. We held 2 interviews with 2 public health specialists to gain an insight on the day-to-day experiences as far as disease outbreaks. And these are the public health specialists who are also we are talking about at government level, who are advising the ministry on the ongoing pandemic. So these are people who understood COVID-19 as far as public health issues developed more concerned. And of course, we did include resources which include published research articles and public health toolkits. These were some of our resources that we actually used. And of course, the process was guided because we're all undergraduate students. We're all motivated, but we still need guidance. We still need mentorship. And this whole process was actually guided by our mentor, Dr. Kellen, who really helped us in bringing our strategy together and in guiding us through the process. And she has actually relevant experience in this field, thus making her suitable as a mentor. So this is some of what our outcome was. So after doing all those group discussions, interviews, etc., our desired outcome then was to stimulate public behavior change towards vaccines, because you can have several interventions. You can solve logistics, you can solve money, funding. Those things can be solved easily. But if you have all the equipment for the vaccines, if you have all the funding that is required to give those vaccines, but the public is resistant to them, then there's that gap that we're not able to address. And then all the funding and everything just goes down the drain. Therefore, we asked ourselves, how can we change that? How, even if we get funding or we do get the vaccine, how can we expect people to actually accept this vaccine and end the pandemic? So the whole outcome was to stimulate public behavior change. We wanted to change the public's perspective towards vaccines. And for this, we decided that one strategy was not enough. This is because our population is so diverse. The population dynamic is quite diverse, various age groups, various cultural differences, religious differences, so many factors we do need to take into considerations. And therefore, one strategy was not sufficient, and a multi-strategy approach was actually required in order to stimulate public behavior change, in order to create a generation of vaccine advocates who will, of course, where vaccine is the norm. So, of course, like any strategy, like any strategies, there are always objectives that we do need to lay out and meet. So first is, main objective was to increase the public's knowledge on vaccines and vaccine trials in all 47 counties in Kenya using a phased approach. Also, we wanted to improve the attitude towards the behavioral intent to participate in the upcoming vaccine trials. On the other hand, we also wanted to stimulate dialogue on vaccination. We wanted vaccination to become the new hot topic in the country, where everyone is speaking about it, including opinion, religious, community leaders at national and subnational levels. Wanted to stimulate creation of an enabling environment and policies that support equitable participation in vaccine trials and distributions during the pandemic, and also to increase the continuous participation of existing routine vaccine programs, which of course the pandemic has had a significant impact. With all the restrictions in the pandemic, very few people have been actually going for the already existing vaccines, such as those of measles and etc. So we wanted to also lay out a strategy when we are not only focusing on the upcoming COVID-19 vaccine trial, we're not only preparing our nation, but we're also encouraging them that, despite the pandemic, make sure your children are vaccinated for preventable diseases such as measles, to ensure that we're not having another wave of a vaccine preventable disease. So we decided to come up to divide our target audience. This is the audience whom we expected that behavior change from. However, the strategy I use for someone who is in a rural area with should be very different from the strategy or the message that I will be delivering from someone in an urban area. The message I'll be delivering to a community leader is very different to a message that I'm delivering to a religious leader. So you need to take all of these factors into considerations to ensure that everyone is actually on the same page. And therefore we divided our audiences. So we had the primary audience, from which we expected behavioral and social change communication. And this included our frontline healthcare workers, risk population groups, so people with comorbidities. We had a secondary audience undertaking social and community mobilizations, including religious leaders, journalists. Our tertiary audience to whom advocacy is addressed to. So this includes policymakers, media, NGO, the private NGOs and other private sectors. So all of these, we would develop certain key strategies in order to address key messages to these specific populations, just to ensure that the right message is received by the right group of people, to ensure that the whole country is on the same page when it comes to vaccine acceptance. Furthermore, we went ahead and divided each of these audiences. We further categorized them into socially into social categorization. So like each of these primary, tertiary, and secondary were further divided into the demographics, geographical differences, and social cultural differences. So this is because the message you're going to give a 5-year-old child is very different from a message you're going to give a 20-year-old or a 50-year-old. So also the rural urban areas, as I had mentioned, and social cultural differences. We wanted our messages to not cause any social disruption. We don't want a vaccine to cause a havoc. We want to ensure that we are maintaining cultural and religious sensitivity in our strategy. So, as I mentioned, one strategy wasn't sufficient, and a multi-strategy approach is therefore needed. So, our multi-strategy approach included media, community and social mobilization channels, the use of interpersonal communication channels, social marketing, and influencer-driven approach. This was the whole strategy. And of course, a strategy cannot be successfully implemented without having an extensive monitoring and evaluation plans as to verify whether you're actually achieving your objective at ground level. And of course, this is very important. So therefore, you need to ensure that you're constantly monitoring and evaluating, and that you've got those correct tools to measure whether you actually to measure your specific objectives. And therefore these were some of the indicators that we actually used. And of course we expect an increase in uptake of vaccine among different religious ethnic groups, increase in the knowledge to vaccine acceptance, increase in meetings, increase in meetings and dialogues among among leaders, global health leaders, religious leaders about vaccines, increase in uptake and participation in the COVID-19 vaccine trials. And this can be assessed through CAP studies, knowledge, attitude, and practices studies, opinion polls. Not only that, we're looking at even TV, like even just by watching the news channels. This COVID-19 vaccine is a major dialogue, a major topic, a hot topic that is actually being discussed by the nation, using reports from hospital reports, sub-county, country reports, and all of these reports will be means for verification as to whether people are actually making use of the existing vaccines and participating in the trials. And of course, this was our monitoring and evaluation plan that we laid. Finally, to conclude, this was a team effort, and it is evident, like from at the end, it is evident that it's so important to have a multidisciplinary collaboration. As you can see, a multidisciplinary team led to a multi-strategic approach that has potential to actually just generate a whole new generation of vaccine advocates. How amazing is that? We are actually focusing on preventing the disease rather than a temporary solution. We're looking at a long-term solution and even ensuring that everyone in the country is actually free of this disease. And it's also important that it's also important to embrace multidisciplinary collaboration, not only in working levels, but we also talk about undergraduate levels in our education. How are we as global health leaders willing to promote interprofessional education? How are we going to break the silos that we've been limited ourselves to? That you are a medical student, you're a pharmacy student, you're a vet student, you're an environmental health student. These are silos. We need to break free from those silos, collaborate, interact. There's so much we can actually learn from each disciplines in order to address, because at the end of the day, our solutions should mirror that of the community's needs. And the community is not under one silo. The community is diverse. We need to also appreciate that. So a multidisciplinary collaboration is so important in order to develop holistic solutions. Not only that, we also realize the vast potential that this campaign has. It has a potential to produce a whole generation of vaccine advocates, and this model is so flexible that it can be easily changed and easily replicated, and it can be modified and replicated across various nations in Africa. So not only it can be used in Kenya, but it can be used in other nations in Africa who are facing similar challenges when it comes to the COVID-19 vaccine and the already existing vaccines. So this is the potential that such a campaign multi-strategic approach has. And also also, one thing that I can't mention is the importance of youth. This campaign was designed by youth who are extremely passionate about global health, who see health beyond just their books that they're supposed to read in their undergraduate level, who see health beyond, who see their potential or their future in global health, and in transforming global health. It also shows that it's so important for the old and the new to collaborate, and to, in every global health panel and in every major decision, the involvement of youth, because we are young, passionate, extremely motivated, and we are willing to learn and to grow. And if we are willing to learn and to grow, and if this is the potential we have, I mean, we've designed a national campaign for the country. So you can imagine the potential and the opportunities we have in transforming or improving the health outcomes of the whole world. So therefore, I'm placing a call to all leaders that are present in this call today, or in this conference today. I'm placing, if you're a leader, if you're an educator, if you're if you're a leader in your own capacities, wherever you are around the world, embrace the youth. Encourage undergraduate students, encourage interprofessional education within your curriculums, promote multidisciplinary approaches. It can be as simple as just even giving a lecture, or even embracing through various competitions, or just through projects. Encourage that approach, because COVID-19 has, if nothing at all, one should learn that we can no longer work in silos that we're restricted to, and that we need to change in order to ensure that that we're able to better. Of course, we cannot 100% say we're never going to have a pandemic in the future, but we are well prepared to prevent it from having such negative impacts in the future. Therefore, that's the call I'd like to make to all leaders that are present here today. That was a source of fun, and please feel free to reach out to me. That's my email, my WhatsApp, and Instagram. You can follow me, and that's me. So feel free to reach out to me at any time. And if you have any questions, if you're interested in meeting our fantastic, fabulous team who we claim ourselves already as future global health leaders, so feel free to reach out to me, and we'll be more than happy to share ideas, exchange opportunities among very many things. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Yassi, for these works that fit so much in our Congress. Now the next one will be presented by Virginia Gomes, and the title is Informal Urban Settlements and the Spread of Disease, Vulnerability Index. The sound is not working. Wait a minute, we will fix this problem.
My name is Virginia. I'm a fifth-year medical student in Brazil, and I'm going to talk about the research entitled Informal Urban Settlements and the Spread of Diseases, Vulnerability Index. This presentation shows the partial results of an ongoing research project developed by the research group Prarua, which belongs to the Brazilian educational group Anima. It is a multidisciplinary study with participants of different research fields such as civil engineering, architecture and urbanism, biomedical sciences, and medicine. And it's also national, with researchers from Curitiba in Paraná and Belo Horizonte in Minas Gerais. Even though slums temporarily resolve the problem of homelessness, it is known that the lack of access to appropriate urban services negatively affects the health and safety of people, intensifying inequality and decreasing livelihood conditions. According to the United Nations, over 1 billion people in the world live in slums and other informal settlements as a result of the inefficiency of public housing policies and other welfare state policies. Thereby, those people are at a greater risk for infections and other chronic diseases. To the extent of our knowledge, there is no tool to measure the slum susceptibility to diseases, especially the new coronavirus, which is a new world emergency. Since adequate housing is a human right, we need to make cities inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. So we aim to develop an index to measure the relationship between recurrence and the spread of diseases in order to comprehend how it can be influenced by physical, social, and economic conditions. We hope that our study will be able to help guide authorities to define priorities to improve public health and living conditions in these areas where they live a completely different reality from the parts of the cities where normally government investments are focused. Our study is a multi-method based on the quantitative analysis and a deductive approach. We performed a bibliographic review to check papers in national literature about the relationship between environmental health and the spread of diseases. Also, we developed documentary research using sources from the Latin America NGO TETO and national and local data institutions such as the Brazilian Public Health System, SUS, and the Civil Defense, since we were prevented from conducting field research due to the isolation the pandemic came to require. Our base study was the Environmental Health Index in Favelas, developed by Almeida in 1997, which we adapted and to which we added other complementary indicators which are linked to the spread of COVID-19. The indicators of the Environmental Health Index in Favelas by Almeida are these: water supply coverage indicator, coverage in sewage collection and septic tanks indicator, garbage collection indicator, drainage indicator, circulation path indicator, geological geotechnical safety indicator, gross demographic density indicator, electricity indicator, land regularization indicator, street maintenance indicator, public lighting, public space indicator, income indicator, educational indicator. As an example, the water supply coverage indicator measures the access of the houses to the public water system. It was maintained as an indicator for our index since it serves several purposes, such as personal consumption, bathing, washing food, watering crops, and therefore it directly interferes in the spread of mainly parasites and other pathologies transmitted by water. Also, the lack of access to water can complicate the prevention of the spread of the new coronavirus. The indicators we added to those already selected by Almeida are these: rustic households, households without the exclusive sanitary unit, excessive rental spending, excessive densification or cohabitation, work family, longevity, concentration of elderly people, existence of air pollution. We made a densification or cohabitation indicator, for example, to cover the new coronavirus difficult, and it tends to facilitate the spread of diseases, especially respiratory and other involving direct contact. And we can also link it to psychological and stress conditions. So after we adapt indicators of the environmental health index in favelas and added the complementary indicators, we set a score from 0 to 100, so that the closer to 0, the higher the susceptibility to diseases, and the closer to 100, the lesser susceptibility to diseases. Then we added all numbers and divided by the numbers of values to obtain the average and the final score for the index. This resulted in a detailed spreadsheet where we decided to categorize the indicators in socioeconomic aspects, housing aspects, natural environment, and infrastructure. After, based on the literature we reviewed, we defined their purpose, justified their usage, established how they are classified and their score levels according from 0 to 100. Also, we listed our research sources. To conclude our study, we aim to apply and test the index in 2 local slums, one in Curitiba and one in Belo Horizonte, where researchers reside. Is an irregular occupation Belo Horizonte. There are around 700 families living there, and it's a landslide risk zone. Vila 29 de Outubro is in the metropolitan region of Curitiba, in the neighborhood of Caximba, 25 kilometers away from downtown Curitiba. There are also around 700 families in there, and it's a flood risk zone. As for considerations, the study has proved valid for a time when research is being developed and tested on an urgent basis as we are living a pandemic. Although some indicators need additional information, they are an important tool in defining priorities for action and can be replicated to other national and international contexts and adapted to local conditions. The method can still be improved based on the development of new scientific knowledge related to the COVID-19 and the possibility of collecting primary data in person. And the study has an instigating character of debates about habitability, public health, and spread of diseases, recommending the continuity of the investigation. These are our references. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Virginia, for this amazing work. The next and last one for today is, in times of crisis, does the urgency of treating an emerging disease outweigh evidence-based medicine? Presented by Maria Eduarda Maia.
afternoon. My name is Maria Eduarda Coelho da Maia. I'm a medical student at University of South Santa Catarina, located in Brazil, and today I will discuss about my article. In times of crisis, does the urgency of treating an emergency disease outweigh evidence-based medicine? The article authors are Maria Eduarda Coelho da Maia, Carolina Turra Fadanelli, Eduarda Miotti Panazzolo, from Faculty of Medicine at University of South Santa Catarina, and Bettini Iser, graduated in Health Sciences. The keywords are coronavirus infections, evidence-based medicine, and review. Concerning the methodology, it's a narrative review of literature of a qualitative nature. The bibliographic search was carried out in July 2020 in the Cielo and PubMed databases. There was no time limit, country of origin of the study, and area of knowledge. Review of literature, an opinion article in English and Portuguese on the topic of interest was included in the research. Thus, 20 publications made up the study. About the introduction. On January 2020, the World Health Organization declared the new coronavirus an international public health emergency, warning of the risks that exist in countries with vulnerable health systems. Evidence-based medicine is one of the most accurate tools when it comes to methodology and strategy for combat. However, its use has been questioned and neglected in view of the urgency to find treatment responses and possible cures for COVID-19. Thus, questions about the current validity of the evidence-based medicine are raised. The object of this study was to analyze the possible actions in a time of health emergency, bringing evidence-based medicine in its various forms as the main point of the search for standardized and effective medical conduct. Concerning the discuss and results. Evidence-based medicine can be understood as the best current evidence in decision-making about the care of individual patients. In this context, at the beginning of the 21st century, it was decided that medical decision-making should be based on three primary factors: the best available scientific evidence, the physician's experience and intuition, and the patient's preferences and values. The health professional, when analyzing a scientific article, must know the hierarchy of quality of evidence to be used as a tool in the conduct with his patient. In order of most relevant to the least relevant, there are systematic reviews, randomized controlled clinical studies, cohort studies, case control studies, case series, and case reports. Finally, expert opinion is used only in cases where there is no strong evidence. It is worth mentioning that although the hierarchy of levels of evidence is not static but dynamic, since new studies appear every day and new hypotheses are formulated, evidence-based medicine still aims to comply with less risk clinical decisions and with rates of minimized errors and unwanted effects. The GRADE platform, most used by health professionals, shows important evidence and recommendations for clinical practice in order to guide of the quality of published studies. Also, studies shows that patients and professionals alike have difficulty understanding information about probabilities and risks, showing that more than the production of new scientific articles, it's essential to train professionals to work with the information presented. Evidence-based medicine has expanded to include subjects such as nursing, public health, and health policies. Thus, the importance of this subject goes beyond medicine, with the evidence-based conduct of the entire multidisciplinary team that aims to help the patient in a vulnerable situation. The delay in most revolutionary randomized clinical trials should not persuade the physician to believe that doing something is better than doing nothing. The health professional must show and explain to the patient the scientific information about the medicals and treatments available and try to avoid producing more harm to the individual. Thus, the development of person-centered care emphasized the priority of considering an individual perspective with the patient's role not only consenting to what is offered by the health system, but being an active part in choosing and adapting treatment according to their needs, resulting in a joint decision on treatment, which is one of the three basic pillars of evidence-based medicine. Also, it is known that scientific articles produced in a short period can have important flaws, such as the suppression of research results. However, if they are being transparent regarding the results, they can and should be done quickly. Then, the doctor can use it to help his patients. Concerning the conclusion, continued updating has always been an important requirement for good medical practice. Nowadays, globalization, at the same time that it allows a fast traffic of information, can have harmful effects, depending on how this information will be treated, known as infodemic. In this sense, evidence-based medicine is a tool that should contribute to the training of professionals capable of properly selecting the search of knowledge and transferring information to medical practice through attitudes that results in improving quality of care. It is essential that health professionals make their decisions safely and that their interventions are reliable, making it unlikely that any undesired effect will occur for the patient. This guarantee is only possible when there are strict studies on which to base it. Finally, adaptive science is present to balance the need for conduct during an unknown outbreak. Sources of funding: none. These are the references that we use in this article. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Maria Eduarda and the whole group. Now we will have our break for a couple minutes and we'll be back soon at 7 p.m. GMT with more lectures.
Hello, everyone. We will start again. And now we would like to invite Dr. Ana Poças Ribeiro to talk with us. She's finalizing her PhD in Sustainable Consumption at Utrecht University, taking multidisciplinary perspectives to understand what influences the high levels of material consumption, contributing to the present ecological and climate emergency, and looking as well to ways to building university food systems and not reducing one's material consumption. She has a Master's of Science in Sustainable Development and Bachelor's degree in Astronomy. Ana is active in the Grow and climate justice movements, and she will talk with us about crisis causes and cures. Please, Ana. We are not listening.
We are seeing your screen, but still not listening to you.
Yes, we are not listening. Not yet.
Ana, we're still not listening to you, sorry.
I think maybe if you take off your earphones, maybe, I don't know.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, now, yes.
Yes, okay, then I'll do it like this. All right, so these are two of the papers of my PhD. And I'm working, as you said, on understanding, changing, and reducing consumption, trying to focus on systems of consumption. But today I would like to talk to you about the background of this research, so about why am I focusing on these topics? So one of the reasons is, of course, the present climate crisis. This figure shows, each stripe shows 1 year from 1850 to 2017. And the redder it is, the warmer the temperature is. So it's a very simple figure that shows that global temperatures are definitely increasing very much. The other crisis we are experiencing is the ecological crisis. So scientists have been assessing that we are experiencing a sixth mass extinction. And this is shown by the great number of species that have been extinct or that are under serious threats. The fifth mass extinction, maybe you don't remember, but it was the extinction of the dinosaurs 65 million years ago. So that's something of that scale that scientists see that we are approaching. And the causes of this ecological crisis, we can see some of them on the right here. So when you look at the oceans, we see that fish stocks are decreasing because oceans are warming because of climate change. But also there is overfishing of fish stocks. And the other aspect is this leftovers of one of the key ingredients of our industrial societies, plastic, that this study here projected that there could be more plastic than fish in the sea by 2050. In terms of the climate crisis, the main causes are the use of fossil fuels. And fossil fuels, as Wikipedia can remind us, are made of this decomposition of dead organisms. And this is going through processes of millions of years. And then they become into oil and gas and coal. So they take millions of years to be formed, and then we are burning them because they release energy when burned very quickly in a matter of a few centuries. When they are burned, they release carbon dioxide, which is this greenhouse gas that causes global warming. Fossil fuels are really like the blood. The blood is for our bodies. Fossil fuels are the blood of our industrial modern societies, allowing these incredible vast changes that happened over the last centuries. This graph here shows the increase in global CO2 emissions over the past 40 years. And we see that actually we became aware that this was a problem in the 80s, but we were not able to start reducing it. We actually just continued increasing these emissions. And if you want to keep the temperature increase within 2 degrees Celsius or 1.5, we would have to drastically, so these curves here, the blue and the green, shows that we would have to really drastically reduce these emissions in a matter of decades, something we were not able to do until now. And this, of course, would mean that we need to do fundamental changes to our economic systems and our societies. Well, but actually what has been happening, and this is since the 1800s, is this increased demand of energy use. And this is very much fulfilled by fossil fuels, as you see here, coal, oil, and gas. And its use has just been increasing instead of reducing. When we say that we have been using more and more, we have to distinguish between different types of we's, right? And this figure here shows the historical contributions to climate change of different countries and continents. So when you start measuring the CO2 emissions of every country, you see that the US, together with the EU 28, have been responsible for 50% of the historical emissions of CO2. China, with a much bigger population, has been only responsible for almost 13%, and probably that has been mostly in the past decades. While whole continents like Africa, South America have been responsible for infamous, really small percentage of the total amounts of historical emissions. But on the other hand, we see that when we look into climate change consequences, that some of the countries that are most threatened by climate change are those that have been least responsible for it. So this brings us into the topic of climate justice, or rather injustice. These inequalities. This is also very much visible in the theme of flying. And here you see, so the first graph shows how this is the emissions of a return flight between London and Rome. It's more CO2 than the annual per capita emissions in all these countries in orange. So one return flight is more emissions than the average person in all these countries emits in their whole year. And of course, this is even more when we go into transatlantic flights. And that's much higher than the annual per capita emissions in many more countries. This very recent report, just from about 10 days ago, you can check it in The Guardian, also shows that this is not only between different countries, but also within countries. So they figure that only 1% of people are causing half of the global aviation emissions. And in the same study show that even in rather rich countries like Germany, about half of the population hadn't caused any flight emissions at all in a year. So it's really very unequal, the contributions of everyone to climate change. And this study also goes in that direction. And as I'll tell you from the abstract, it shows that this growth in affluence has increased the use of resources and pollutants and emissions more rapidly than the efficiency reductions caused by improved technologies. So they say that the affluent citizens of the world are responsible for most environmental impacts. And if we want to really have a transition towards sustainability, we need to have far-reaching lifestyle changes in complement to technological advancements and improvements. However, existing societies, economies, and cultures are promoting expansion of consumption. And there is this structural imperative for economic growth, which is inhibiting the necessary societal change. So here you can see a figure of the increase in global GDP since the 1960s. And you see how every 20 years, the whole size of the economy is doubling. When you consider that we live on a finite planet and that GDP growth is not just about numbers, like digital numbers in the stock market, they actually represent use and production of resources, you realize that you cannot have infinite expansion of growth in a finite planet. So this brings us into what is wrong with economic growth. So for one reason, as I just said, an increase in GDP is associated with an increase in material use of resources, of fossil fuels, which also is increasing greenhouse gas emissions. At another level, there is this fixation of the political and economic system with GDP, right? We have to keep growing our GDP, but that metric does not represent well-being, right? It's just measuring transactions, and this could be good or bad for people. And at another level, more psychological, living in really growth-dominated societies is also promoting more and more competition. Everyone has to have more and more and be left behind. And it's also increasing individualism, stress, and high levels of burnout. Other issues is that our economies and democracies are structurally dependent on economic growth. As we see right now in times of the pandemic, even when it's important to reduce economic activity to protect people's health, to protect the healthcare systems. This brings immediately problems to the economy, right? Unemployment and so on. And at the same time, democracies are very much reliant a bit on this assumption that our standards of living have to keep growing in terms of also purchasing power. And there is this image that the pie, we are making a pie and the pie has to get bigger and bigger, while in fact we could also just redistribute it better so that everyone has enough. So there is this addiction to economic growth that is structural, and it's as if we are stuck in this accelerating bicycle that cannot stop. But at the same time, some people will always say, okay, but we really need economic growth to reduce poverty. And to that, I can say that, well, we can look at statistics like this one that shows that the world's about 2,000 billionaires have more wealth than 60% of the whole world population. So that shows that there is enough wealth, but it must be redistributed more fairly. This figure here shows also how it shows life expectancy and GDP per capita, and it shows how really different levels of GDP per capita can produce quite similar levels of life expectancy. In fact, you even see the US, which has one of the highest GDPs per capita values, having lower life expectancy than Portugal, my country, which is a much poorer country, has about 1/3 of GDP per capita of the US. So it shows that GDP is not the main metric that we should be focusing on to improving our societies. So what is the alternative? And this is just one provocation. I would say the alternative is degrowth, and degrowth is one idea, but based on many other older ideas of how we could live in a society. And what is it actually? So degrowth is a process of political and social transformation, which downscales production and consumption, while at the same time improving the quality of life, reducing inequality, and improving the ecological conditions on the planet. And to make it more tangible, I can give the example of the mobility transition, right? So we are seeing more and more cities that they are realizing that, okay, we are too car dominated and fueled, and we need to have much more public transit options, cycling infrastructure, or even like this 15-minute city like Paris is trying to implement, where people can go easily walking or cycling to everything they need within a 15 minutes trip. And if we do this transition, we can reduce our GDP in terms of car sales or car mechanics use, but we would reduce as well very much our greenhouse gas emissions. We have less air pollution, less road accidents. We have greater health because of better air quality, but also of active mobility. And we can have more high quality public space. But what would degrowth mean for health? And these are just some general questions or ideas. I think it means that we have to organize societies much more around care, so care work for others, but also for nature, not only through, of course, health, but also through mental health, that is part of it, social services, so many other things. And it also asks us to redefine our notions of what is progress and development, and good life, what is success. Like that graph there that showed how you can have way less GDP and still have really good results in terms of human development. And I think this also means we have to look more at the social, economic, and environmental determinants of health so that we can really treat the causes of diseases and of poor health rather than only the symptoms. This is a bit more information about this topic, but I will leave it at here.
Thank you very much, Dr. Anna, for this amazing presentation. And now we would like to ask for our second speaker, Paulo Ferreira. He's a student of Integrate Master in Medicine from UPI, Department of Volunteering, Public Health and Community Action, AAFMUP, and Associative Manager of AAFMUP, Research and Synthesis, and he will speak about the effects of the climate change on global health.
Exactly. Please. Thank you, Isabel. Thank you, Dr. Anna Posses, I think. I liked your presentation. So I will share my... Okay. So, hi everyone. I hope you are good and COVID-free. I'm going to talk about the health effects of climate change, the effects of the climate change on the global health, if you want. So who am I? As Isabel has already said, I am a young medical student. My name is Paulo Ferreira. I am a young medical student from Porto. I am an associative manager at the Students Association in my faculty, and I'm a volunteer researcher in Synthesis. You can follow me on LinkedIn if you want. So, the main themes of my presentation are: 1, aren't we all polar bears? 2, heat and air quality. 3, infections. 4, nutrition. And 5, migrations. So, aren't we all polar bears is the first theme that I choose. I don't want to be offensive. I will explain later. So, this theme is not new to scientists. Actually, this paper that I bring here is not even the oldest that I found about this topic, and it's pretty clear about some important ideas that we need to have. I will quote it. When you hear that the mean surface may rise 2 to 5 Celsius degrees in the next 100 years, or that the oceans may rise 1 meter in the next 50 to 100 years, should we be alarmed? How will such climatic and environmental change influence human health? Can we predict their consequences with sufficient accuracy to take action to curb them? At 1989, at the time of that paper, we had those doubts, but now we know. We know that the Earth has several gases in its atmosphere that trap the heat, including carbon dioxide, methane, or nitrous oxide. These 3 gases and others retain heat and make climate of the Earth what it is, and the one which all life that exists depend on for survival. The rays of the sun that make it through the atmosphere are absorbed by the Earth's surface, and then they are radiated back, as you can see here in the graphic. They are radiated back towards the space with a longer wavelength than incoming solar radiation. This lengthening of the wavelength is critical to the greenhouse effects because molecules of CO2 or CH4 are better able to absorb energy at the wavelengths of the radiation coming off the Earth's surface and heading back to the space than they are at the wavelengths of incoming solar radiation. That process explains this image that I bring you here. Adding greenhouse gases into the atmosphere is warming the planet, okay? As you can see, the pattern is pretty similar about those 2 variables. Concentrations of the 3 major greenhouse gases, again, carbon dioxide, methane, and nitrous oxide, are at levels unprecedented in the last 1,000 years. The increase in the carbon dioxide has caused the mean surface temperature of the Earth to rise 0.6 more or less in the past 100 years, an increase of 2 to 5 Celsius degrees in the next 100 years. It may sound trivial, but a mean increase of 2 to 5 Celsius degrees is equal to the change since the last ice age, okay? For you to have a way to compare these numbers. It could cause droughts and desertification in areas that are now fertile. It could change the patterns of the tropical and monsoon rains that are so important to vegetation and agriculture in Africa, Asia, or South America. And even the expected rise of 1 meter due to thermal expansion and the melting of glaciers and ice caps will inundate large population centers. The expected rise may create 50 million environmental refugees worldwide. You might be asking yourself, why the hell this guy is saying that I'm a polar bear? I explain you. The science is very clear. Given all the IPCC work and all the consensus among the vast majority of scientists, it's pretty clear. The science is clear about this topic. But the challenge then becomes, how do you take this science and make it personal for the people? People don't act if it's just some about future consequences or about other species like polar bears. We react to what's right in front of us or what we can see and taste. People tend to be worried about the health effects to the health of polar bears. They don't like the images of polar bears dying on the ice, but the truth is that human species is already suffering the consequences of the climate change, just like the polar bears and the other species are. So we must understand, and I want to make this topic to be pretty clear, we must understand that this is a global health problem. We must give climate change a human dimension. So, second topic, heat and air quality. Contrarily to what you might think, and the last presentation has already talked a bit about this point, but the CO2 emissions per capita and worldwide are still increasing. With all the knowledge that we have now, that we don't have 100 years ago, but we have now, the CO2 emissions are still increasing. And we have another problem, which is that CO2 can take hundreds or thousands of years to leave the atmosphere, okay? This CO2 will take centuries to go away. So at this point, the most important message of those two images that I show is the choices we make today will have major effects upon the world of our kids or our grandkids, and even our own world. So, in the recent years, several heat waves around the world have led to deaths of tens of thousands of people, either from the effects of the heat itself or because of the air pollution that heat waves can generate. So, the heat and the air quality, as I mentioned here, is killing us in 2020, either by direct effects or indirect effects. Direct effects. Extreme heat and humidity can cause disease, such as heat stroke, or in which the body overheats, like figuratively, it gets cooked. Heat stroke can result in the permanent damage to brains and nerves, as well as death. But death from heat exposure is rare. More often, the exposure to heat makes the existing disease worse, such as asthma, COPD, heart failure, etc. So, I have two papers here that show us that heat waves can be fatal for many reasons. The heart, the brains, and lungs, they are all sensitive to heat stress. And when they got overheat, they fail. They simply fail. Higher mortalities have been attributed predominantly to failure of these organs. Again, heart, brains, and lungs. During heat waves, the emergency rooms visits rise for a variety of heat-related conditions, such as the heat exhaustion or the heat stroke, heat cramps, dehydration, electrolyte disorders, etc. And also this paper, the last one, shows us a very interesting point, which is that fetuses born to women who are exposed to extreme heat may be at great risk of neural tube and other birth defects, as this study shows. This might be worrying us. So, this graph shows two models. In the best case scenario, the blue one, the warming is held to about 1 Celsius degree over the century. In the worst case scenario, the red one, the planet warmed on average more than 4 Celsius degrees. We can follow both, not both of these paths simultaneously, but we have to choose between one or another, or between a middle term. While 3 degrees may not seem like much of a difference, it may be the difference between life and death for a substantial fraction of the human population. Actually, a study published in the Nature Climate Change Journal indicate that climate change will increase the areas on Earth that experience little heat waves, such that nearly 3/4 of all people alive may be affected by the end of the century, if we stay on this worst case scenario path. And the indirect effects, there are so many that I don't have time to develop them in here, but I can give you a quick example, like this one on this image. Because more ultraviolet radiation is hitting the Earth from the sun, more ozone is being created and formed, and it can be highly dangerous to some of our organs. It's pretty clear. So, third chapter, infections. Climate may change the patterns of various kinds of infectious disease, such as vector-borne disease or waterborne disease, or even others. How? I will explain. Vector-borne diseases, they depend on insects. Insects, as we know, they are cold-blooded creatures. They are ectotherms. And so they must seek out warmer or cooler environments to regulate their body temperatures. All the biological processes that go within the mosquitoes are temperature dependent. And another thing is that the intensification of the water cycle with the climate change is particularly relevant to mosquito reproduction, which occurs in the water. It's well documented that rainfall can substantially influence the risk of vector-borne diseases, because rain creates pools of water, like this one, that can be breeding habitat for juvenile mosquitoes. However, too much rain can wash these pools away, and with them the developing mosquitoes. So it's not linear. It's not a linear correlation. And somewhat counterintuitively, droughts may also promote the vector-borne disease outbreaks, because during droughts, people may be more likely to use containers like this one to store water, and mosquitoes can breed in these containers. So predicting how climate change will change where and when vector-borne diseases occur isn't a straightforward process. It has too many variables. But I can give you a concrete example. Malaria. Each year, more than 200 million people are estimated to contract malaria, and more than 400,000 people, mostly children younger than 5, die from malaria. Almost half of the Earth population currently lives in areas where malaria can be transmitted. And the rate of mosquito development also varies with temperature. Warmer temperatures accelerate the development until high enough temperatures that are little, okay? It's not is not a linear regression correlation, as I said. And also, malarial parasites are also temperature sensitive. This graph shows that the predicted vectorial capacity of these mosquitoes upon it's based upon how temperatures influence and parasites' ability to spread malaria, and shows that at low and high temperatures, mosquitoes are much less likely to transmit disease. But many countries may be moving towards the optimal temperatures for the vectorial capacity, which may cause an increase in the number of infections. But as I said, there are too many variables like precipitation, temperature, and also because we use mosquito nets and repellents. At this time, 2020, the numbers of malarial transmissions and infections are decreasing, but we must be cautious about these diseases. Okay, let me just drink a bit of water. Just in time, because I will talk about the waterborne disease. This was not planned. So, waterborne diseases. Rainfall washes the pathogens contained in the animal and human excrements into sewer systems and eventually into local water bodies where water may be drawn from for drinking or for crop irrigation. Warmer temperatures may promote the growth of the pathogens. And also, some cities have drain pipes, like on this example, that carry storm water, runoff, and sewage together. These so-called combined sewer systems can be found in many cities around the world, particularly those that had systems built in the late 19th century. When the combined sewer pipes, like here, they reach the capacity, the sewer systems have outfall pipes that drain into local water bodies to prevent the sewage backing up into people's homes and onto streets, contaminating this way the waters that we use. More modern systems use a separated system, also called a sanitary system, in the interest of the public health and safety. In these systems, wastewater flows into a separated system from rainwater, allowing waste to be treated and rainwater to enter lakes and rivers. Because of this treatment, research have been showing that some regions with separated systems have less likely to have E. coli contaminated water and lower rates of emergency room visits. This is huge. This is a big, big improvement. But regardless of the sewer system design, heavy rainfall has been shown to promote outbreaks of waterborne diseases, including hepatitis, cryptosporiosis, Vibrios, and leptospirosis. So, fourth chapter, I think, nutrition. Climate change is unfolding during an unprecedented era in human nutrition. For the first time in human history, more people are dying from too many calories than from too few. While climate change has most often been seen as a risk for greater undernutrition, it may also push people towards diet that promotes weight gain because of its effects on food security. I will explain it later. But as you can see, the Earth systems, the higher temperatures, food, droughts, and high atmospheric CO2 will all follow, they will conjugate itself into lower crop yields and eventually in conditions and disease because of that. I will explain in detail in the next slides. So these graphs both demonstrate how yields for corn and soybeans respond to increasing heat. As temperatures warm, crop yields increase slightly, but then at around 27 degrees for corn and a bit cooler for soybeans, yields drop off quickly. The green bars at the bottom, these ones that I'm showing, They show the number of days the temperature reaches the specified value in these counties where these crops are grown in the United States. And you can see that the most counties are currently between 15 and 25 degrees on average, but many are warmer or colder. A right shift can cause some serious production problems, not only for consumers, but also for the producers. More heat will also drive additional ground level ozone production, as I mentioned earlier, and ozone can impair plant growth and damage leaves. Some research shows that ozone toxicity may substantially reduce rice production in South and Southeast Asia, as well in China, where most rice production occurs and where rice consumption as a component of overall diet is most important. As described earlier, higher atmospheric greenhouses concentrations will raise sea levels and influence the global water cycle. This will likely result in more droughts and floods around the world. These maps both show potential changes on average precipitation across the globe by the end of this century under two different scenarios, the best case scenario and the worst case scenario. For example, in the United States, the likelihood of extreme, wait, I have a message here, sorry. Okay, I will try to fast forward this. Okay, for example, the Collie mod replication, in the past, it happened only once a year, and now it can happen twice a year because of the temperatures. The percentage change in plant nutrition will also drop because of all the climate alterations. The protein levels and the zinc and iron levels of the same plant, not the quantity of plants, but the same plant will be less nutritious. And I will not even talk about the greenhouse gas effect on fisheries and migration. Maybe it's better that I don't talk about this topic because we are running out of time. Louise, Isabel, what do you propose to me?
Yes, we can discuss this in the questions, okay?
Okay. So
we can return to this.
Okay,
Sorry.
okay. No, it's completely fine. So last point, we need evidence-based policies. They were already late when I was born, and I am 22 years now. So the climate is changing. Why aren't we? Thank you all. Here you have my LinkedIn. You can follow me if you have any doubts.
Thanks.
Thank you.
And now we would like to present our third speaker now. Omnia El Omari. I don't know if I say your name right. Is a 24-year-old medical student from Egypt, currently working at Ain Shams University Hospital with more than 5 years of experience in public health and student advocacy. She is also serving as the liaison officer for public health issues for International Federation of Medical Students Association, IFMSA, representing 1.3 million medical students worldwide. Omnia advocates for meaningful young engagement in global health issues with a particular focus on environment health, climate change, and non-communicable disease. She will talk about climate change and its effect on health. Please, Omnia.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So hi, everyone. I'm very excited to join you today and talk about climate change and health, which the previous speaker has really elaborated on them, and I'm very impressed by all the new facts. So here I'm going to share a bit about the linkages between climate change and health in terms of the health impacts, but also the health co-benefits and how can students like us take action for health and climate change. So I will share my screen now. Okay, I think you can see my screen. Can you see it?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. So this is the question I get most from many people whenever I talk about climate change. They're like, okay, you're a medical student, you come from a health background. Why are you advocating or talking about climate change? And I always find it hard to formulate an answer to explain all the different health impacts that climate change leads to. So I always go back to one of my very favorite diagrams, which really explains in a very quick and simple way how does climate change affect our health. The easiest way to explain it is, and the most direct impact is whenever we see extreme weather events like hurricanes, flooding, or any natural disaster, and this automatically leads to a lot of injuries, a lot of deaths around the world. And this is one of the most direct impacts that we see due to climate-related events. And at the same time, in many countries around the world, especially in areas like, for example, in Europe, where they were not used to the hot weather and there's a lot of increasing temperature around the world, especially even in areas that already have high temperatures and they're experiencing an even higher temperature, this really leads to heat stress. It also leads to cardiovascular diseases up to stroke. And at the same time, which was also highlighted by the previous speaker on the panel, how our human activities which lead to climate change, for example, like pollution, both air and water pollution, this really compromises our water and food supply. And we can also know that because of temperature is increasing, the crops are changing. So there's a huge crop failure around the world, which leads to malnutrition as well as diseases such as diarrhea. One of the very most remarkable effects of climate change and not yet proved, and there's not a lot of evidence or research around it, is the mental health impacts. But for you to understand that, you can simply imagine if a family goes through an extreme weather event like a hurricane and they lose their loved ones, this leads to post-traumatic stress disorder. And at the same time, there are many people who lose their jobs, and this leads to depression and anxiety. But you can also think about all the climate strikes that are happening around the world and think about how all these school children and young people who are striking for climate change, how anxious and worried that they feel because of this crisis. There's also migration and environmental refugees, which is due to the conflicts as well as to the scarcity of the resources, but also due to extreme weather events that leads to displacement. And also very important waterborne diseases due to water pollution, such as cholera, cryptosporidosis, and also because of air pollution, which is one of the most remarkable impacts, we can see an increase in allergies and asthma, but also very important, and there's a huge spotlight on that now, which is vector-borne diseases. There are still many debates around whether climate change is related to COVID-19, but nevertheless, climate change is related to the increase of zoonotic diseases, especially due to human activities that led to deforestation. So now humans are more in contact with animals, which leads to the increase of the transmission of zoonotic diseases. But the biggest killer of them all, and which kills more than 7 million lives every year, is air pollution. And air pollution leads to asthma, respiratory diseases, cardiovascular diseases, and up to lung cancer. So this is one of the most tangible impacts that you can see, which is the air that we're breathing. And as WHO said, that 9 in 10 children breathe polluted air around the world. So these are big numbers, and this is an alarm. And at the same time, with COVID-19, we've seen how there are many cities, like the photo below here, this is New Delhi, and now there are blue skies in New Delhi at some point during the lockdown, which kind of shows that, you know, the world is capable of addressing air pollution and addressing the impacts of climate change. But we're going to talk about this in exactly 3 minutes from now. In addition to the direct and the indirect health impacts of climate change, you can see a very important mediator, which is the social dynamics. And climate change, like COVID-19, is a multiplier of these social dynamics and these social inequalities. So let's say if we are think about the age, those who children or elderly, they are more likely to be affected more than a person with his health with these impacts. And as well as gender, women are more exposed and more vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. Health status, if a person is asthmatic and he lives in a city that is polluted, he's more likely to suffer with more exacerbation of his own or her own disease, and also the healthcare costs due to the exacerbation of this impact, as well as socioeconomic status, public health infrastructure, mobility, and so on. So we also need to think that even the health impacts of climate change are leading to even more inequalities within the society and within the economy. And there are many publications that really track down the impacts of climate change. This is from the Lancet Countdown Report on Climate and Health. And I'm very excited to tell you that in 5 days from now is the launch of the Countdown Report for 2020. So we're going to see more of this data. This is from the 2019 report. And this shows how, as you can see, from 1950 to 2015, how the capacity of the vectors are increasing. This means that they're growing more, and they're transmitting more infectious disease. And at the same time, from an economic perspective, you can see the graph, the one shows the working hours that are lost due to heat stress. So people are also experiencing heat stress, which is impacting their health, but they're also functioning less, which is impacting the amount of income they're bringing into their families. But on the bright side, and this is why I would like to really highlight that it's not just about the health impacts of climate change, it's also about the health co-benefits to climate solutions. So when you think about ways to address climate change, it's a win-win intervention. It's good for the health of the environment, but it's also good for our health as humans. And this is where health comes very strongly. You can see that there are several interventions. For example, if we think about air pollution, when we're trying to reduce air pollution, let's say invest in renewable energy and stop using fossil fuel. So we're making the air cleaner, so we are protecting the environment and reducing the greenhouse gas emissions. But more importantly, we're reducing the number of 7 million people dying. We're reducing the number of diseases. People are now having less non-communicable diseases. So it's a win-win intervention to address climate change, but also could talk about the health co-benefits to climate action. We can also think about sustainable healthcare or healthy transport, and you can see this in the next slide. So for example, if we are now promoting active transport, creating cycling lanes around the cities instead of using cars. So this means that we are now doing more exercise. We're using cycles or walking instead of driving. And at the same time, sorry. So more physical activity means that less cardiovascular diseases, less obesity, less depression. So it's even good for our mental health. And at the same time, it's good for the environment. When you think about clean energy, you think about cleaner air. When you think about a diet, when we reduce our consumption of meat, which is one of the big contributors to the greenhouse gas emissions. So at the same time, yes, we are reducing our carbon footprint, but we are also reducing our risk to cardiovascular diseases. So less diabetes, less heart diseases, and so on. And then finally, and very importantly, we think about if we're also asking from industries to stop using fossil fuels. We also need to think about healthcare facilities. We need to build healthcare facilities that are resilient, that can handle the patients and so on, but at the same time, they have a less carbon footprint. So these are all the ways that you can frame health, not just through the health impacts of climate change, but also to the health co-benefits to acting on climate change. So what can we do, and where do we as students fit into this whole puzzle? So this is one of my second favorite diagram, which shows the building block of a healthcare system. And we as students, we are the health workforce. We are a block of what makes a healthcare system. So we as students, as health students, we don't just have a duty towards our patients or the people that we work with, but we also have a duty to our community, as well as to the planet that sustains us, and we need to fulfill this duty. So first of all, we need to build our capacity. Medical students like myself or other students around the world, many of them, yes, they understand what are the impacts of climate change and health, but many of them don't. So that is why we need to create opportunities like this Congress itself and build the capacity of students when it comes to the interlinkages between climate and health. And that is why, for example, IFMSA, my organization, they designed a training manual on climate and health in collaboration with the World Health Organization. This manual is for students to use to do their own workshops on climate and health. We also created a library that has a diversity of resources that students can use from Harvard, from the United Nations framework on climate change, and different resources. And here are the links, and I will share the PowerPoint after. And at the same time, we also have a database in our website that demonstrates all the different activities that students around the world are doing. So for example, our students in the Netherlands, they did a series of online lectures on climate change and health. In Germany, they also did the same, and they reached over 30,000 people. There's also another project, for example, it was in Colombia, where students were planting trees in order to raise awareness of their communities on the importance of tree planting, and at the same time, the importance of stopping deforestation. As well as in Australia and in Canada, they did a competition for students to come up with new solutions to make their healthcare facilities sustainable and environment friendly. And these are just one or two activities from many more, and I really advise you to check out the database and see what students are doing around the world. In addition, as students, we are also advocates, and we have a place at the decision-making table when it comes to advocacy. So what does that mean? For example, my organization, which represents more than 1 million medical students, we advocate for climate change. We have been advocating for the past 10 years. And we did that through number one, we have policy documents. These documents are adopted by medical students worldwide to represent their stances and their opinions. And at the same time, in each policy document, you can see our call to actions, our asks to different stakeholders on how to act on climate change for health. So we have call to actions to governments, WHO, civil society organizations, and medical students themselves. And you can find them all on our website. In addition, we attend every year the climate change conference that takes place in a different country. And we send a delegation of medical students between 6 to 10 students, and we go there to advocate. We advocate together with the World Health Organization and with the Global Climate and Health Alliance. Together with them, we try to push for health and to put it at the heart of the climate negotiations and the climate agenda. And as you can see, we have policy briefs which we distribute to different stakeholders and talk with them about things that they can do in their own countries. We do our own actions. As you can see, now we were raising awareness on the impacts of climate change through air pollution and saying that this is going to take your breath away. And these are the different impacts of climate change on health. We also get to deliver statements, deliver sessions, and so on. And then very importantly, and I would love to highlight, because now we're in an extraordinary time for this to happen, which is building climate resilient and environment sustainable healthcare systems. As you all know, that the National Health System in the UK is the first healthcare system to commit to net zero carbon by 2040, and they're planning to do that within 20 years, and within 15 years they want to decrease their carbon emissions by 80%. So this is one exemplary demonstration of how healthcare systems can commit to being climate friendly. And also, we as students, we also need to be climate friendly and sustainable, and we did that in our own conferences before COVID, where we used to meet, and we developed a manual that created for students, whoever wants to do a conference or any gathering, how to make it environment friendly and sustainable. And then very importantly, and the last point that I have, which is education. So we realized, and I personally, in my education, I did not learn about climate change. I learned about it because I'm in a non-governmental organization, but not because it's in my curriculum. So that is why we as students, we thought about, okay, we need to change this. We need to build the capacity of our students and our colleagues through our education. We developed a vision that we would like to see climate change integrated in every medical curriculum worldwide. In order to do this, we wanted to, first of all, prove that medical curriculum around the world do not have a mention of climate change. So we wanted to create a sense of urgency. And we did that by conducting a global survey. This survey spanned 112 countries. We assessed more than 2,000 medical schools, and we discovered that only 15% of them had a mention of climate change. And in even lesser percentage, which was 12%, had students lead activities on climate change. And this shows that there is a huge gap, and there is an urgency to transform education within either medical curriculum or health curriculum in general to have elements of climate change. So as a take-home message, and this is, you're all aware of how during COVID, we're always saying, let's flatten the curve. It's time to take urgent action, but let's not change that, and let's flatten the curve, but not just the COVID curve, but the sustainability and the business as usual curve. We need to put the health of our planet as well as our health as a priority, and we need to embrace sustainability and advocate for a post-COVID green and healthy recovery. Thank you so much, and I'm looking forward to any questions that you have.
Okay, thank you, Omnia. It was awesome for us learning a little more with you. And now we would like to invite all of our speakers to have a table discussion. So, Michaela, if you want to start. Please.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you all so much for your presentations. Your passion is just so clear. I think one of the questions I wanted to pose to Ana Posas, but really the group as a whole, I think one of the biggest challenges that we face in terms of trying to drive down consumption is our need for a sterile environment in healthcare settings. And particularly now with COVID, we have a lot of consumption of masks and gowns, and everything's disposable because we don't have the capacity to sterilize it adequately. And so, our data has shown that our healthcare systems are one of the most wasteful systems we have. And so how do we balance that moving forward? What are some sustainable solutions, and how can we advocate for that as healthcare providers?
I can
you
go.
look like, that'd be great. Everyone, whatever to comment on.
Yeah, that's a super interesting question. And I personally asked this question, and what I learned from a meeting that I was in, it had Nick Watts, and Nick Watts, he was the Chief Sustainability Officer, so the person basically leading the transformation of the healthcare system in England towards sustainability. And I realized that, the answer to this question is that there are many examples of good practices and sustainable solutions within hospitals. The biggest issue is that there is not a system to do it. There are individual organizations that do that and try to find sustainable solutions, especially within healthcare facilities, but there is not a system done over an entire country, for example. And this is why the NHS is an exemplary demonstration, because they're the first one to do it. But I recently learned that there is an organization called Build Health International, BHI, and what they do is that they go to countries that have very weak healthcare facilities like Haiti, Kenya, and so on. And they rebuild the structure of their hospitals in a sustainable way. So for example, there was a hospital that was devastated by an extreme weather event in Haiti. They rebuilt it, but they did it while installing solar panels to generate renewable energy and trying to promote ways of reducing, the carbon footprint of this health system as they rebuild it. So maybe that does not answer specifically the question of the sterility and the excessive use of masks. However, I think now there is a huge opportunity for us, because with COVID-19, we now know that healthcare systems are very weak and we need to rebuild them and make them more resilient. But this is an opportunity for us to rebuild them in a right way, in a more sustainable and green way.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to comment on that question? We have other questions too.
Yeah, I can just say that I'm not a health professional, so I don't know in particular how you can do that, but I think it's one of the fields where you definitely need more innovation in figuring out how you can have this high quality protective material, but that is also decomposable, right? That is not made of plastic and so on. So I think that also shows that there is very much need for innovation that is really sustainable and not only for the sake of more profit and so on.
I would also like to add something. In this particular question, as to the others that might come, I think that we have to stick with the persons that know about that topic. I am a young medical student. I don't know nothing about engineering or civil engineering. I don't know nothing about it. I know that I can ask actions to the politics. I know that I can show to everyone that the climate change has effects on the health. That is what I can do. In the other part, the solutions, I think we should stick with the scientists that know about it. For example, civil engineers or environmental engineers, I think they will know the right way to face those needs.
Thank you. I agree. I think there's a lot of technology out there. As someone living in a very wasteful country, I can say that part of it too is us as providers advocating for the more sustainable option, because there are always people trying to make money off of healthcare and give us disposable things. So the more we can push that back and say, no, this is just fine and I can sterilize it, we can make a big difference as providers that way. I think Isabel had a next question.
No. I would like to ask Dr. Anna, you told us in your presentation that some countries have, the ones who has the lower pollution is the ones that struggle more. And do you think that this is because usually these countries are the one who has the most, the more natural resources, like Brazil, for example? Do you think that is this, or do you think that this influences in something or no?
I think that's a big question. I think the part in which I mentioned that was related to the historical contributions to climate change, so that the countries that have most used climate change, most used fossil fuels, so emitted carbon dioxide emissions. So they did it also for their economies. So they are the richest countries in the world, basically. So at that level, they have more resources to handle the problems that surge. They also have been having some environmental movements that have pushed for regulations that have controlled, to some extent, industrial air pollution. But at the same time, there is also just some kind of perhaps coincidence, perhaps not, that some of the areas where the temperature is predicted to rise more drastically are the areas that are already quite sensitive to high heat waves or so on, or dependent on the monsoons, like Paulo mentioned. So there is also that added aspect of kind of injustice that makes it so that the countries that are more at risk have contributed the least. But indeed, they are very rich in natural resources, and many of those countries have been exploited for centuries by many of the other wealthier countries, including Portugal, of course, in relation to Brazil, for sure.
I would like to add something. Not only the poorest of the countries, but even inside the countries, the people that will suffer more will be the poorest people. because they don't have how to handle new difficulties. They mostly they can't handle the difficulties that they have now. We cannot even think when they have new ones. For example, when I talked about the effect of the heat and the heat waves on workers and people, many studies shown that the ones, and it's kind of obvious, the ones that will suffer more will be the workers that work outdoors. They will be more exposed to, and we obviously, most of the people that work outside are the poor, the agriculture, the construction workers, and so on and so on. So yeah, inequalities in general is a big problem, and we should think about it at least. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Michaela?
I really love the concept of degrowth and simplicity. And so I was in that vein, when we're thinking about the changes that we can make as individuals, particularly if we do have access to more resources, what are the things we should be willing to give up? Or how can we adjust our behaviors and not so?
Thank you. Yeah, that's a big question, right? When we are confronted, and the more we see presentations like we saw today, also from Paulo and from Omna, that, okay, this is really serious and we really all have to change. So what can I do? And I also think that often. I think, of course, there's lots of things we can do, as Omna was also saying, reducing meat and dairy consumption, avoiding flying unless you really need to fly for some reason. So there are some activities that are associated with high emissions, but I think the most effect, and there are some behaviors like to stop flying that by itself, because when you communicate it with people around you, of course, when you are in an environment where many people are flying, by itself, it makes other people question, maybe I should also do something about it. So it communicates the urgency of the situation. But at another level, I think that most important thing we can do is to become more active as citizens and engaged in, or also in your own profession, in trying to adapt it and to help promote the structural changes that we need, because it's not enough if just I do eat less meat or so on. We have to change the systems, and we have to have more people thinking about how to change the systems and making pressure to change the systems, right? Cities should be already be planning to have way less cars. So, and then the few that we still have should be electric. We have to do massive changes, and we have to, bring everyone on board to do it. Yeah.
I would also like to add something in here, because we are talking about the social and economic level, and about the topic that I didn't have time to talk, the migrations. I would add a point here, that is, of course, we will have millions of refugees. They, for example, let me just check it here, my notes. Yeah, each year, this is absurd. Each year since 2008, more than 20 million people have been forced to migrate due to extreme weather. Each year, okay? This is a lot of people. This is, for example, the state of Minas Gerais in Brazil has approximately 20 million of people. This is twice the population of Portugal. Even that we plan and think about the economical or social facilities in level, we will always have underdimensioned health systems for these people. I imagine if 1/4 of or half these people come to Portugal, we will have twice the population that we have now. We cannot handle it. So we must advocate for change. That's all. We have to. We don't have another option. We don't have to choose between this and this, between the good or the bad. No, we have to make an option between the failure of our species or a little better than that. Thank you.
I have a question going in this subject. Which way do you think that give us more result when we talk about to make people understand that we need to change? What do you think that is like the best ways with a shocking image or like with shocking data? I don't know which you think is the best way to convince people that we really need to change something.
Can I answer this one? Yes. Maybe if I tell them that 20 million people each year since 2008 have needed to go to another country or another city because of extreme weather. 20 million people. I mean, if you look at the data and the statistics, the people, if they calmly look at it and they believe on it, because they do have to believe on them, they will understand the problem. And that's what I said earlier. We are not polar bears, but we are suffering from these climate changes. So we have to give an human face to the climate changes. You know, people have to understand that is affecting us directly and indirectly. So if you do that, I think we can have changes and political activities and activism in a general term.
Yeah, I think it's of course it's an important question, and even more now with COVID, we see that, right, there is all this data and that people are dying and people are going to hospitals. And still then there are groups of people that are like, no, you know, this is nonsense. And so for some people it works, right, to, okay, show them the facts. And for other people that they are kind of like, oh, I don't want to deal with this reality. And I think they will not want to deal with, right, with climate change, with this. And so I think, yeah, we have to use multiple approaches. I really liked the slide from Omna, who focused on the co-benefits of tackling climate change for health. And I mentioned that a bit as well in the idea of the mobility transition. So it's possible to have better life quality in cities. We can do it, right? But we have to bring people in. And I lived in the Netherlands for many years, where urban planning is amazing and you have really high quality public spaces. And I moved back to Portugal recently, and I'm like, I live around Porto in Gaia, and it's so many cars, and I'm having this shock. But I think for many people, it's really hard to, maybe they even go to the Netherlands in vacation and they say, oh, this is so nice. But then like changing things is hard. So you need to have a whole campaign, like work that takes a long time to make people imagine also, right? Because many of these problems is also that this is a problem of the imagination. What do you imagine as progress, as modern, as innovative, as the cool city, right? Or the cool future? And is that okay, is to have a very fancy, expensive electric car with internet and so on? Is it that you can just, you know, safely go by bike with your kids around to parks and for shopping and to school? And I think we have to work more on that as well, on like having these images that we can have a better future for everyone if we make these changes.
I had a question just about you know, some of the difficulties that I've seen in rural areas for implementing some of these changes, just because rural areas are inherently communities exist in vast swaths of land, and so they have to find ways to get back and forth, usually by car. And so these options like cycling aren't as viable. What kind of things can we do to make rural communities more sustainable?
Yeah, that's another big question. I think there's also variety of rural areas. Are you talking about rural areas in the United States or? Yes, so
in larger countries.
In larger countries, yeah. So
Brazil, this is where.
Yeah, or in Brazil, yeah. I think that's a whole other scale of potential problems, but maybe also solutions. I think one good or one resilient potential resilient aspect of rural areas where people are more embedded in communities and know each other better is that you could, and in Portugal we have problems with wildfires as well. So like there was in California and in Amazonia, but we also have here. And we should find ways that, so the government cannot have fire workers right in every village of the country, even though we are a relatively small country. So we have to make communities organize also better to prevent and to know what to do when things happen. And I think that's one disadvantage of cities, of city living, where people don't know, living in cities, in buildings for decades, they don't know their neighbors. So they don't know who to go for help when things are problematic. And I think we could use the advantage of rural areas, of people knowing each other, even if it's in that farm there, that they could create more networks of resilience, of solidarity, of helping each other out to move around when they have to, and so on. Because even if, so it's also the problem that fossil fuels are affordable, but if they become more expensive because of carbon tax or whatever, then people will want to use them less, and then they have to organize each like together to save them.
I totally subscribe this answer. It's not a problem that could have easy answers, but I love this approach. I think it will work. In Portugal, I can imagine that working. Thanks.
I have a curiosity question. We all know that climate change may bring to us a lot of bad things, and it's like all bad, or it has a little good thing about this climate change, or is all just bad?
I mean, it's not easy to find something good in this, but it's good that we work as a whole planet. We work together. It's not a limited problem to the borders of the countries. The climate change of Portugal doesn't end in the border with Spain. So this will encourage us to work together. It's as simple as that. To work together is a good thing. So yeah, climate change has some good things, I think.
Yeah, for me, I think it's also like if we look at it as climate change, more of a symptom, right, of systems that are problematic and have been going on for quite some time, and now we are seeing the actual consequences more and more in our face. But actually, it's about exploitation of nature and of people. And I think an advantage that it makes us look at the problems in these systems, and it makes us realize much more. So for me, a hopeful thing is to see more and more young people in the climate strikes that are realizing that this problem is not going to be solved with just, recycling, or this is a systemic problem and we need to change the systems to really address it. And for me, that's one good aspect is that we are finally asking the really important questions to address the causes of these problems and not just like slightly improve it. Yep.
I had just one last question, and then I think we'll transition to a 10-minute break before our very final speaker. So really quick, just thank you again for your time. This has been such an enlightening conversation. My last question is, on a positive note, what technologies and or innovative ideas, systemic restructuring gets you the most excited that we are maybe starting to go in the right direction? And what should we be investing in and spreading in our communities?
I can answer this one. It's a very simple thing, but I really love it. It is to plant trees and all kinds of plants on rooftops of buildings, because it makes it easier to freeze the building. I don't know what to say, to freeze the building, to lower the temperature inside of it. And it is good because it's better for the people that are working there. And it's good because it's beautiful to see it. So it's a technological thing, I think, that I like. Okay. Yeah.
For me, could be, so something that I see a lot now that I came back to Portugal is that, and this is in the suburbs of Porto, you see lots of, it's not new, it's actually an old behavior or practice, and that lots of people have vegetable gardens. You see cabbages like everywhere and fruit trees, right? And this is like non-market, they are not going to sell it, right? It's not for big production, but this increases food resilience for them. And I think this is an old practice that it's actually quite valuable, and that we can promote it more, and also people learning to produce more of their food. They learn more about, they realize more the effects of the climate on their own food production, and promoting also more traditional varieties, so that we are not producing all just the same one type of whatever, but that we use the whole genetic variety of traditional foods that can be, if we tap into that, we might be more able to adapt to the climatic changes, right? If we start using maybe the variety that is grown more in the south, when this becomes a bit warmer here, then we improve our resilience for whatever will happen next. Thank you so much as well for the invitation and for this very nice talk and presentations.
Thank you all very much. This was awesome presentations, and we enjoyed very much. Thank you.
Look, our next speaker is already here, so we won't have to do the 10-minute break.
Yeah. I would like to introduce Alexandre Chaviato Filho, and he's our next speaker, and he has a degree in economics from FAA USP, a directed doctorate in public health from FST USP, and a postdoctoral degree from Harvard University. He is a free lecturer in the Department of Epidemiology at FSP USP. In recent years, he has been the principal investigator of artificial intelligence projects in health, funded by FAPESP, Microsoft, and the Lehman Foundation, and he is currently the coordinator of EACOV-MIR, Artificial Intelligence for COVID-19 in Brazil network, which aims to develop machine learning algorithms for the diagnosis and prognostics of COVID-19 in the 5 Brazilian regions. And today he will speak about EA, applications and perspective for global health. Please, Dr. Alexandre.
Hello. Thank you all for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here and talk to everyone. So let me just start sharing my. Can you see this?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Just a second. So again, thank you very much. I'm going to talk a little bit about my area of research, which is artificial intelligence, and more specifically, the area right now that dominates artificial intelligence, which is almost a synonym of artificial intelligence, which is machine learning. Okay, and I'm going to talk a little bit of what we have been doing in machine learning in healthcare here in Brazil, and how it applies to overall global health. So again, I'm a professor here at the School of Public Health of the University of São Paulo, and I run the LabDAPS, which is the big data and predictive analytics in healthcare lab that I'm going to talk a little bit about. Okay, so I always like to start with this in the sense that we have been hearing a lot about AI, about artificial intelligence, but people have been wondering if it's not a hype. If just the media just decided talking about this. I always like to start my talks talking about this and why are we hearing so much about AI in the last few years? And we have been hearing so much because of the scientific advances of the field. Okay, so it's a real growth in the field. So it's not just a media hype. And why are we having this growth in the last 3 to 5 years? It's because of 3 main factors that have allowed artificial intelligence to grow so much in the last few years. First of all, big data. Okay, so we are collecting more and more data nowadays. And this huge amount of data is really important for artificial intelligence, as it helps the algorithms to learn new things from scratch. Okay, so an algorithm does not know what is alive. An algorithm does not know what is a human being, what's a disease, and so on. Every time an algorithm is learning something about the world, it's learning the world from scratch. So it needs a lot of examples. Okay, second thing, computing power. So we still have a few algorithms that take a few days to run, but it's been less and less time as we have been buying and we have been getting access to better computing power to make the machine learning algorithms run faster, which is really important. And third, technical advances. As more people get into AI and machine learning, more advances, technical advances happen. So new algorithms show up, small changes in optimization strategies and so on. So because of these 3 main factors are the reason for why we have been hearing so much about AI in the last few years and why it's not going to stop to grow. Okay, so the 3 things here are not going to stop to grow. So AI, which runs on these 3 factors, are just going to increase and increase and increase because big data is growing, computing power is getting better and better, especially structure focused on AI, and technical advances have been growing as more and more people get into the field. So what exactly is AI? So in a very simple definition, it's just the capacity of machines to make intelligent decisions. So machines make intelligent decisions, that is artificial intelligence, okay? But what is the biggest challenge here is to define intelligence, okay? Which is a sociological, philosophical challenge for centuries and centuries, okay? we have many definitions for intelligence. The one that I like the most is the capacity to make the best decision possible given the available information, given the information that you have. And you need to have some information on the issue to make an intelligent decision. Because if you make the best decision about an issue without any information on it, it's not intelligence, it's just luck. Okay, so you just got lucky. Okay, so you need to have this information, try to process this information and use it to make the best decision available. Okay, so in the end, according to this definition, intelligence is an issue of data analysis. Okay, information processing and data analysis. Okay, so in the end, it's all information processing. And how does machine learning fit into this? So I already told you that right now, machine learning is almost a synonym for artificial intelligence, but it hasn't always been the case. We used to have what we now call classic artificial intelligence or good old-fashioned artificial intelligence, which worked like this. You had machines making intelligent decisions, but with rules set up by humans. Okay, so the machines would make intelligent decisions, but us as humans, we would introduce into the machines the rules. Okay, for example, how did email spams filters used to work before machine learning? You would just make an algorithm where you would just write the rules on it. Okay, so and spam in emails needs cannot have my name in the first line, for example. Okay, if it's a spam, it has to have the word "by," for example. So you would put all those rules in the algorithm, and the algorithm would follow these rules and would make a smart decision. Okay, how does it work now with machine learning? The algorithms learns how to identify spams from data. Okay, so you introduce in the algorithm millions of spams, millions of non-spams, and you just tell the algorithm, this is spam, this is not, this is not, this is not. And the algorithm, through examples, starts learning what's a spam, an email spam. Okay, and this is what we call machine learning. So it's machines learning to make intelligent decisions through examples. Okay, so it's going to learn the rules through examples. So we are not actively teaching the machines, the algorithms are learning how to make intelligent decisions through data. Okay, and this is how a child learns. Okay, so how does a child learn the difference between a hippo and a rhino? He or she does not get a set of rules from his or her parents. It doesn't get a set of rules like, okay, so the hippo needs to be a little bit fat, it needs to live on the water, the rhino needs to have a horn, and so on. It doesn't work like this. The child learns through examples. So a hippo stops by on the TV or whatever, and the parent goes, this is a hippo. Okay, and then a rhino comes by, this is a rhino. And the child starts making up rules on his or her head, which is very complex. It's not easy to explain, but it works very well into deciding what's a rhino and what's a hippo. Okay, it's still not easy for us as an adult to pinpoint why do we think that this is a rhino. Okay, you may think, okay, I know this is a rhino because it has a horn. No, you can take the horn out, you'll still identify it, you'll still look at it and you'll know it's a rhino. Oh, it's a rhino because it's gray. No, you can paint it pink. You look at it, you know it's a rhino. And why is that? Because you made up complex rules in your head, which it's hard to explain in simple terms. But through example, you made complex rules in your mind. And this is exactly how machine learning works. Okay, it finds interaction of factors to make intelligent decisions. okay? And this is the goal of machine learning, okay? It is to make intelligent decisions, not necessarily to explain, okay? So it's not the goal to explain, we're able to explain, okay? It's a false issue that some people still have, as if machine learning, we have no idea what is going on, or it's a black box and so on. We know exactly what is going on. It's a bunch of mathematical equations, okay? And we are, of course, we're able to see how it got to the final result, okay? But it's not the goal. The goal here is to make an intelligent decision, the best decision possible. This is the goal of machine learning, okay? Especially supervised machine learning, which is what our lab here works on, okay? So from the time that we do not need to explain in simplistic terms intelligent decisions, we are free to model the real complexity of the world. And the world is really complex, especially in the most complex area of all, which is healthcare. Okay, we do not have an area in the world, in my opinion, that is so complex as health. No one dies only because of a factor independent of everything else. Okay, no one dies only because he or she is sedentary. No one dies just because has a bad eating habit. All that are due to a complex interaction of demographic factors, socioeconomic factors, genetic factors, environmental factors, presence of risk, of health risk factors that interact in a very complex way, leading individuals to have a disease or end up dying. Okay, and this is what machine learning works so well, to model the complex interaction between many factors. It's why it has been working so well in healthcare and in health in general, and it's going to keep on growing and growing and growing as we collect more data, as the computers get faster, and as we get more people into the field, which lead to technical advances. Okay. So I'm going to talk briefly about some of the studies that we have been conducting here at LabDAPS, which is the Big Data and Predictive Analytics in Healthcare Lab here at the School of Public Health of the University of São Paulo. And despite the huge crisis we have in science in Brazil right now, we're very fortunate to have the financial support of FAPESP, CNPq, Fundação Lehman, and Microsoft. So what kind of studies have we been developing on machine learning for healthcare? So one of our first studies was possibly the biggest challenge that we have right now in global health and in public health in Brazil, which is to pinpoint what are the best strategies in local public health. Okay, what are the best public policies in healthcare that lead to more benefits for the individuals? And why is it so hard to pinpoint this? It's because, especially in Brazil and in most of the countries around the world, we have huge inequalities. Okay, so if we just look at one city and analyze its life expectancy and pretend that this means that a city with high life expectancies has good public health policies, it's not the case at all. Okay, so in Brazil, if you do rankings of the cities with the highest life expectancies, it'll be just a ranking of rich cities. Okay, so rich individuals live longer, irrespectively of the quality of the public health policies of the city. So what do we do here? We trained machine learning algorithms to predict which should be the life expectancy of each Brazilian city, taking into consideration its socioeconomic characteristics. Okay, so given the education level of the city, the income of the city, the unemployment of the city, and so on. The algorithm learns this and says, okay, so a city like this should have a life expectancy of 73.2, for example. Okay, and we did this for every single city in Brazil, and we found that the algorithms learned pretty well, but it made some mistakes. Some cities had better life expectancy than was expected by the algorithm, and some cities had worse. And we started looking at those cities. Okay, so what are those cities doing differently in terms of public health policies? Okay, and what we found is that the cities with the largest difference, the highest life expectancy, higher than expected life expectancy, which we call the overachievers, okay, the cities that had higher life expectancy than our algorithms thought they should have, we call it overachievers. And the overachievers were the ones that invested the most in primary healthcare. Okay, they were the ones with more basic public health policies, such as the biggest one we have in Brazil, which is Estratégia de Saúde da Família. It also had more child immunizations and so on. And then we looked at the municipalities that were worse than expected by our algorithms, and we found that they also had a couple of good, of higher public policies implementations, but they were all related to secondary healthcare. So those cities had more X-ray machines, for example. They perform more mammographies and so on. Okay. Another study that we did recently, this is by a former PhD student of mine, which is now at Fiocruz. She wrote the first tutorial in Portuguese for machine learning in healthcare. And here she used as an example real data from São Paulo, from elderlies of São Paulo. And she showed that it's possible to predict pretty well which elderly resident of São Paulo is going to die in the next few years, using machine learning algorithm and using enough data about the residents. A third one, it was about a very hot topic right now in medicine, which is palliative care. And here we were contacted by our friends at the HCOR, the Heart Hospital of São Paulo, and they came to us because they want to start palliative care, but the main issue in this area is that you need a good prediction. Okay, so you need to know who is in fact in their last few days of life, because you don't want to decrease the intensity of an intervention that's gonna make this person live a long time. Okay, so usually you want to decrease and focus a little bit more on quality of life and lowering the pain and so on for individuals who are really in the terminal part of their lives. So here we ran algorithms to predict quality of life in terminal patients. Which ones of them would have less than 30 days of quality of life? So we went a little bit further than only predicting that. Here we predicted quality of life, and we showed here that the algorithms were able to predict pretty well the future quality of life among those patients. Okay, and the last one here, it's a book chapter which is available online. It's in Portuguese, but it's completely available online. And here was it was written by a postdoc here in my lab, and he also uses real data, and he goes very technical here. So he shows all the codes and all the strategies on how to optimize a machine learning algorithm to make intelligent decisions in healthcare. Okay, so here are some of our studies that we have been developing. Right now, as most labs around the world, we have been very focused on COVID, and we are running algorithms to predict diagnosis and prognosis of COVID-19 patients. And we already have two articles, two preprints So if you want to check it out, I think they're interesting. So in the end, nothing of this would be possible without the amazing team that we have here at LabDAPS. We are right now 17 researchers from undergraduates, masters, PhD students, postdocs, visiting faculty, and so on. And without them, I wouldn't be able to do all these studies. So I have nothing but gratitude towards them. So if you have any questions, here's my email. We have our website where we post the most recent researchers, the most recent articles, and so on, and studies. As I told you right now, we're very focused on COVID. We have a bunch of new things coming up regarding COVID. So, and all the time trying to use those algorithms to make intelligent decisions in the most difficult area of all, which is health and healthcare. So thank you again for having me.
Thank you, Alexandre, for this awesome presentation. We have two questions for you. The first one is, do you foresee this technology being implemented to aid in management of other types of respiratory illness in the future?
Yes, of course. So we are using COVID as a way into getting new partnerships. But these algorithms, they work for COVID. They also work for diabetes. They also work for hypertension. They also work for stroke and so on, because it's pretty much the same reasoning behind. So you're trying to find patterns that lead to a health outcome. And if you have enough data and your variables lead to the outcome, the algorithm is able to find the patterns in data and learn the rules through that. So yes, our lab is interested in every single disease. We're mostly trying to see for what machine learning works with the data that we have right now. What I usually say is that I do not know any disease that is not predictable if you have enough data. Okay, but the issue right now is for which diseases do we have enough data to predict? So yeah, so we're working on every single issue right now that we can find data.
Thank you. And how does this technology compare with COVID-19 PCR testing and its ability to detect disease in symptomatic patients?
Perfect, yes. It was our first area of research on COVID. We tried to see if the algorithms could learn really fast the probability of each patient to actually have COVID. And it's important. Why? Because the RT-PCR has been taking a long time here in Brazil, usually a few days. The swab test, usually a few days, and in some places even a week for the results to come out. And in this meantime, the physician needs to make decisions here, okay, regarding this patient, regarding isolation of this patient, or regarding admitting it into the hospital and so on. So we were the first group in the world to find that with only sex, age, and blood count data, we were able to predict really well the probability of this patient to have COVID-19. And sex, age, and blood count are collected within the first hour. So really fast, we're able to tell the doctor, okay, this patient right here has a 97%, for example, probability of having COVID. And so on. So right now we are using this to test in Brazil as a whole. We have right now a network for COVID-19 with artificial intelligence, which we have 27 hospitals right now. And we're trying to see if it works, if the algorithms works for every single hospital in the whole 5 regions of Brazil. So yes, it's really important.
Okay. Thank you very much. This was our questions, and thank you for the presentation. It was very nice and very helpful and interesting. And now we are finalizing our Congress today. And we would like to invite you to assist this Congress too tomorrow and to join us here. And so it's this guy. We thank you, Alexandre, and thank all of our participants too, and all of our congressists.
Thank you.